I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have Bull, Barbie, and Nick does futures. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Denny. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing good.
I'll hang in there. I'll be all right. Doing well, though.
Yeah, you're not feeling the best today?
Yeah, I'm not feeling the best, but I can sit here and look at the markets and, hang out with you guys, so I'll be all right.
Nick is so hardcore, you guys. He loves us so much that he still comes on and helps us trade in the morning. Thank you, Nick, even when you're not feeling good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's fun. I have a lot of fun, so it makes it easier.
Yeah, so it's hump day. Barbie, how do you say it? It's hump day.
Yep, that was it.
I got it. I nailed it. So today, lots of data earlier in pre-market, and then we have FOMC today. Who wants to go first? I'm so excited to hear about your take on things.
I'll go ahead and knock this out.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
So we did just have the job numbers come in. They were really, really good. They beat. So, however, it is still the morning session ahead of FOMC. Pretty big news event because the next meeting, I think, is in early September. And there's a lot of anticipation around this, especially with Trump visiting the Fed last week. And, he's just putting a lot of pressure on Powell. He's making it very miserable for him these next 8 months of his term. So I don't think the rate cut is going to happen today, but it's still a big volatility driver. So as for the session, I really don't have too much of a bias going into it. We are below weekly open. I want to see us tag this gap right here on the daily for ES, come down. It's just 63.90 and get a move away from there back towards the Monday high. So that's kind of what I am. Sorry, got a phone call there. Anticipating. So maybe a move lower and then followed by a move higher. But as for the AM session, we did run the Asia highs during London and the lows. So for me, that usually spells seek and destroy profile, where price is not really going to do much. But if you want to trade in here, just mark out the lows, mark out the highs, and just wait for one of them to get run. But I think if we do go lower, I think you might as well just target down to the 63.91. It's only another 18 points, and it would make sense. Like, this would be our pullback, right? So that's really pretty much all I got. I know someone just commented asking about gold. I just tweeted this out. Like, this thing does not look good over the past couple of months. I don't have any sort of bias, so I just move on when I have a pair that I don't know where it's going. Yeah, so just gonna be watching indices today. I'd like to see us get down 63.91 before getting a move higher from there. But usually the mornings of FOMC, the actual rate meeting, I don't place a trade, but I'm gonna sit here, and if I see my A+ setup, I'll take it, but understand that it's low probability conditions. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat. But leaning short-term bearish, bullish on the weekly.
Short-term bearish, bullish on the weekly. And today is setting up to be a low probability day. So maybe like something has to really jump out at you, it sounds like.
Yeah, you usually get that when you see Asia, London take Asia highs pretty aggressively like that. It's just, it's not really doing anything in here. No gaps. If you want to go long, you get stopped out. If you want to go short, you get stopped out as well. So it's not really no clear direction, but that can change in the next 20 minutes to an hour. As for the news this morning, I don't know if there was any 10 a.m. news. No. There is orange folder at 10 a.m. Followed by 2 p.m. and 2:30 rate high. Oh, and Trump speaking at 4 o'clock. So I knew he would try to sneak one in there. So for the week, but yeah, that's all I'm watching.
Thanks, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Barbie, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, I'll kind of start on the news since that's kind of where Nick left off. So I think we're going to have a really heavy news day. And we already had, GDP, and the pending home sales, I'm like not even that concerned about right now, because between GDP, and I'll get into that in a second, and then the Fed funds rate stuff later, there's a really high probability for headlines today. So the GDP came in better than expected. So there's probably going to be some stuff today with Besant and Trump that we need to watch out for. Basically, there ends up, they call it a refund. So they have a refund in the GDP. So they basically have this balance that they need to do something with. Trump is, he likes to have things done his way. And Trump wants this to be handled over the short term. And so we'll have to see. I bet that will be some of the stuff that comes up that he's talking about, if he's asked about that later, that would definitely come up. So I am kind of watching to see if he's not pleased with how any of that's handled, or any of the other news lines are handled from any of the other economists, including Besant, we could end up having a weird Trump tweet. I don't know if it'd be a treat. And then, of course, the other big thing today is FOMC. And we've talked about how the rate is just really not likely to be changed this meeting. And then we don't have another meeting for like 6 weeks. It's going to be a while for the next meeting. The next meeting is where we're expected right now to have that rate cut. And I mean, I really feel for Powell right now. He was our buddy. He was our ride or die in all of the post-COVID stuff. Printer man Powell. But he's kind, he's in a tough spot. He's kind of damned if he does and damned if he doesn't right now. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the Fed's really supposed to be really independent and not get involved in politics. And so he's really, like, they're being really pressured into politics right now, and it's not going to end well, I don't think. But so we could end up, if Trump's disappointed in the way that things are handled today, we can end up with some back and forth. And that's what I'm really concerned about on the day in general. But I think what that ends up doing to the market is the market doesn't know what to do. We don't know which way to go because there's drama. So that's probably a little bit why gold's up, and there's just kind of some general craziness. But what I look at right now when I look at the hourly is this is a downward chart. I realize we're in a bullish market. It's a very bullish market. I've called it a freight train a lot. But we've been looking for that healthy retracement, and maybe we're finally getting it. So on the hourly, we do have lower highs and lower lows. So I'm definitely watching that right now. I think that any of these headlines will kind of jump us up to different levels. If we didn't have all these news headlines, I'll show you what kind of the charts are showing me right now, which is if we get a little move up into the same zone that I was looking to bounce yesterday. Obviously that didn't work out so well. But if we get back into this zone, this is really kind of an obvious spot for the market to want to sell again. And the hard thing is when we don't have the indexes really cooperating and doing the same thing. They have been pre-market, so hopefully the indexes can agree a little bit. If they both can kind of get the move up and not get into the highs from yesterday or anything like that, but into this really resistance level we have overhead. This chart is all messed up on the percentages again, but that's 64. It's a 64.20. It's a 64.21 to 64.28. This got messed up when I was live streaming the other day, and I need to fix it still. Sorry about that. But yeah, if we get up into those low 64.20s, that's where I would really be looking to sell. I don't know if we're going to get that high, but that's kind of a key level that I'm looking at right now. This level up here, if we end up breaking through, that's 64.40. So that's where I'm looking, where that kind of would all be canceled, and I'm not really looking for the shorts. But the most obvious kind of move down, this chart's really messed up right now. I'm just going to tell you all the levels, is if we get back through this dotted line is 6,400. So that would be my first target if we can get a sell up going up in there. And then below that we have 6,390 would be my next target. But again, that kind of fills out this general shape that we've been doing. And I don't know if we're going to have a normal day that fills out kind of some normal structures and things like that. But that's kind of what I was looking at on that. So I'm lost without my levels, but y'all see what I'm talking about there, where we could possibly have that move up into that resistance.
Yeah. Is that that box that's kind of shaded? Is that the pink box of shame, or is that different?
This right here?
Mm-hmm.
It's this purple. When it's purple, it's just a zone. It's annoying because the levels are messed up. Maybe I can fix this real quick. Yeah, there it is. I just had that click. That's less than 10 points on the ES. That's just where we've had a bunch of levels congregating. It's a zone. It's just it's a was a support zone. Now it's a resistance zone. It's not a box of shame.
Oh, so someone asked about crude oil.
Okay.
Did someone want to share your thoughts on crude oil?
I have not looked at oil in a while. Have you looked at it, Barbie?
Okay.
No, the thing that I was looking at, this one's all messed up too. I'll go to this one. The thing that I was actually looking at this morning that I think kind of is more exciting is the gold chart. Let's see if I can get down to an hourly or something.
Huh. Okay.
Why is this messed up? My charts are really messed up. There we go. Okay, I had the extended hours off. I was like, what is going on? These are just some old levels that we were talking about the other day, so that doesn't matter. But this is the gold hourly, and we got this crazy gap up last night. And there is some economic stuff going on and uncertainty. I was kind of talking about that a little bit earlier. Some of it's with Powell, some of it's with tariffs. We didn't even talk about the tariff stuff yet. So the August 1st tariff deadline is also coming up. So we could have those headlines today too. It could be a little crazy. But I think that might have been some of the driving force behind this gap up on gold. I'm not totally sure, but that makes sense to me. Gold's a safe haven. And if we have this tariff stuff coming, we know what happens in the market. We're at a good point for the market to have a decent retracement. So safe haven is gold. Now we're kind of getting a little bit of this gap fill. So I'm watching that, seeing if we're going to actually fill this gap lower, if this was a massive overreaction or not. Crude has been just kind of a lot more tricky lately, in my opinion. That's why I haven't looked at it as much. It's, I don't know. Nick, did you look at it at all while I was talking, or?
Yeah, I mean, I can pull it up here. I mean, it's not. I do have some charts saved on it, but I had not. It's been a long time since I traded crude oil here.
That gold chart, Barbie, looks super juicy. that fill that you're pointing out to us. Anyone in chat trading gold today? Let us know.
Here, let me check out oil here.
Crude can be so
rude.
Weekly,
yeah.
Oh, they're saying there's no gap, and I didn't have my contract changes. Is that right?
Yeah, the contract switched last night. Yeah. Like I remember because my chart, like I had levels marked off, and they got moved all over the place. So,
that's why my chart messed up. I didn't know I had that on there. So we're actually taking a major dive down on gold.
I will say on oil, we are respecting this weekly gap to the downside. This is that move down from, I think, when was this? June 23rd. I think that was maybe the Iran stuff back in there. We just swept this high. So I would probably still lean bearish unless we got a very, very strong close above this level right here. But if not, my eyes on these relative equal lows down here for lower prices. If you want to look for a day trade in there, something this week, I'd wait for the hourly to flip bearish. It hasn't flipped. It's still pretty strong. So maybe get a close below this low down here. Wouldn't even mind a run higher, followed by something like that. That's kind of
It's
why
quick.
I'm thinking, just from not looking at the oil chart in a very, very long time. That's kind of
Yeah.
what I've seen.
That's interesting that because sometimes you will trade crude sometimes, but it has to kind of jump out at you. Is that right? So I'm kind of thinking if you haven't traded it in a long time, I'm like, maybe it's just been consolidating, like not doing much, not worth even looking at.
A lot of
I
times
remember
when
I
I
was
haven't
trading
been
a good
looking
bit
at
last
crude,
summer.
Yeah.
a lot of times when I've been looking at crude, it's because I haven't been getting as much done on the indexes, and I don't know, the indexes have been taking care of me.
Mm.
So I guess that's been working out.
Yeah.
So let's see what the index is doing right now. So we have about 11 minutes until the market opens. NASDAQ is green by about 36 points and ES is green by about 5 points. Let's set the bounty for the day. What are you guys thinking? Chat? Nick?
I'll let you write, Terry. What do you think?
Today is hump day. What do you guys think? I don't know. I feel like everyone's still kind of waking up. Maybe everyone was out partying last night. I'm seeing, Mr. Smith says 7:30. CJ says 888. Raider says 1K. I Love Chuck Rose says 750. I think I like 750. Let's go with 750.
No, that's fun.
All right. First bounty is set at 750. Everyone share the stream on all of your socials. Triple smash that like button. Triple. Someone told me if you double smash, it undoes it. So make sure you triple smash. Bounty is set. Let's go. It could just chop around until FOMC. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's why. I mean, you're probably not having a whole lot of people trading ahead of that news at 2:00. I know. I think maybe you guys use volume more than I do, but I feel like not a whole lot of volume on the morning session of FOMC.
Everyone's waiting.
So you said 750.
And we did have a
already?
lot of volume
Yep.
yesterday when we were having that down move. So that's another thing that I've been paying kind of close attention to, is that was a higher volume day, kind of maybe some profit taking at the highs ahead of, well, it's not just FOMC. We love to credit FOMC, but there's also the tariff stuff coming at the end of the week. So.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of crazy over the weekend, because I was watching Euro going into the week, and then we opened up Sunday night, and then we just started dumping because of the tariff news. So I was watching it to seek this high and then up to here, but then just like that, news of tariffs, that's not good for Euro, and it can just die just like that. So yeah. So this was actually my top watch going into Monday, and then I woke up Monday morning and it was like this. I'm like, holy cow. Yeah. So
When I heard you use the word seek and destroy, I was like, ooh, what does that mean?
it's basically just when like there's no real direction in the market. We'll run highs and then immediately reverse, go lower. What we're seeing on if you look at the 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ and ES, this is what we're seeing, right? So they'll seek liquidity up here, and then people try to go long. Well, they get stopped out long because it goes lower. Try to go long again, they get stopped out here. So it's just, it's seeking liquidity and destroying orders on both sides. So, which is what you'll see ahead of a big news event in the afternoon. You'll also see sometimes where like the market open 9:30 and they'll just rip higher or lower, and no one saw it coming. I think it was like last week, something like that. So low probability conditions don't always have to be, super chop. They can be in the form of the market just ripping for no reason at all. You'll see those days usually on like a bank holiday sometime, or a Monday with no news, where people just aren't really expecting much, and the big institutional traders just aren't participating. So yeah. Seeking it's a Metallica song. Oh wow. But did you guys take any trades yesterday?
Yeah. I actually had a really good afternoon session. Or I guess it was late lunch.
Oh, tell us more, Barbie.
Oh, I ended up finding a nice little spot in that range, and I just kept hitting it, and I ended up hitting almost every account. I usually don't trade every account every day. So that was fun.
Awesome. Nick, did you take trades yesterday afternoon?
No, I got out. I was done by like 11 yesterday. I kind of missed the short entry because like I say, I was leaning a little bit more bullish. But here, I'll break down what everyone in my chat kind of caught here. So we had a big SMT at this high. Obviously, NQ ran the all-time highs and ES didn't. So we had SMT here, these highs. Market was displacing lower. And like go down to here. This is actually really like this is like what I look for for my A+ setup. My problem is like I just wasn't seeing the short side of the market. I like seeing price reach like the Asia high or the Asia low if it's untapped, because that's usually showing it's going to be. We had a reversal in New York, and it's likely to be a trend day, which it kind of was. Market kind of it can't go lower without taking out that Asia low, right? So yeah, no, this is the trade everyone caught. Yeah, worked out. I think this was right at 10 o'clock when I was getting off the stream here, and just a little too much going on. But and there was also a 1 hour gap in here to the upside, so I could kind of make the case for long or short. But you know,
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, it was
I didn't
coming
see that
down. Yeah, I didn't either. We just never know until the market kind of unfolds in front of us.
That would sorry, I was looking at chat. That would be a good idea, Trader Hitch. BiteLogic was asking if I kind of cycle through accounts throughout the day, and I do a little bit. I don't want to trade them all at once. I have a few accounts that I have copy traded, but I really kind of focus on a few accounts at a time, and then I'll have some that are kind of neglected. And then yesterday, it's like I just kept kind of. It was actually I don't even remember what time. I was actually supposed to be making phone calls, and I was sitting here very distracted by the market. But I just kind of kept buying the same spot, and as long as it was working, I just kept going. But since I had an account with good profit, I would just move on to one that didn't have good profit yet. And the more funded accounts I've been able to collect, the more I do it that way. I still prioritize I have a primary account. That's the one I had since forever that I funded myself. But yeah, I like to share the love as I get more little setups.
Nick, how do you kind of trade your different accounts?
So if you got what I recommend to people, because copy trading is like a double-edged sword at times. How long or short today? Just kind of trade them in batches, like I was telling you yesterday. So let's say you got, I don't know, we got 15 funded accounts, right? Each week you'll just trade like 4, or you can just go by day, right? You can just go 4 per day. Every single day.
I don't even. I mean, if I try to like say, well, this one I'm going to trade this day, and that one I'm going to trade that day, that's a lot, and it'll kind of screw me up. I just kind of go by opportunity. So if it's a high opportunity today, then there's more trades to be spread around. So it's the same as like having that daily goal every day. You know, where if you don't make $1,000 today, you're a loser. And that's a really high, crazy thing to expect of yourself, and to make that same thing every single day when the market offers different things.
I thought it was 5,000 every single day.
Yeah, whatever it is, whatever it is.
I thought it's 50,000 every day.
I mean,
maybe one day, right?
Gotta stay humble.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I do as well. Like, I mean, like I'll just like whatever account I'm trading that week, I'll do it on Sunday night. I'm gonna trade this batch of these accounts, and I'll just roll with them that whole week. But people that trade every day, or that can catch a setup every day, you know, maybe just cycle through 3 or 4 of them per day, you know, and not try to focus too much on like the P&L aspect of it.
I favor the ones that have the nice big buffers that are closest to payouts.
Of course, yeah.
Not gonna
me too,
lie.
yeah.
And then it's the ones that like need to be caught up that I end up trading later.
Yeah.
Nick, with your students that you help, do many of them trade every day?
Some of them, but not really. I mean, it just sort of depends. Like that's something we kind of figure out like in the beginning, like the personality. Like what are you just someone that needs to be doing something every single day? And if so, like it's kind of catered around like what they want, right? You know, like how many assets do they trade? If they just trade 1 or 2 assets, probably not gonna get a setup every single day, right? If you have, even just 1 or 2 entry models. But if you want to trade every day, I recommend, going across several different assets in order to, meet that goal. But yeah, it kind of I would probably say they probably take 3 to 4 setups per week. And a lot of people could do that, but I think they just don't want to. They just think doing something. They have to be doing something that equates to more money, and it's not necessarily true in the markets. So, oops.
Yeah, it almost seems like it can be opposite.
Oh, 100%.
When I was catching good trades yesterday, it was honestly when I was trying to get some other work done and I just had the charts open. And so I'm sitting here trying to pay attention, talking to these people, and it's like, oh, that's nice. So you never know. You just kind of have to. I think being a trader is kind of setting yourself up to have the right opportunity and then taking advantage of it. But so we are on the countdown time. You ready?
Let's go.
3,
3,
2.
2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo! Market is open.
I'm be right back when I get something.
Okay. Where to, chat? In chat, there's a survey. We are going up only, or it's over. COVID-19 lows next. Ooh.
That's a little depressing. It's a little dark there. That's how it is on socials though, right? Like, oh, blood and guts, show me the gore.
I was thinking about the dip that you're waiting for, Barbie, or like the sell off before you get in for long-term trades, or even for swing trades. Someone said like once you see headlines like on the newspapers and in the media of like, oh my God, the market is crashing, like that's the time to buy. I've seen that before. It's like the opposite. Once everyone just thinks the world is over, like that's some of the best buying opportunities.
Yeah, we may not get like a big significant dip. So that's why, I mean, there's all sorts of different trades you can put on. But yeah, that April dip paid real hard, real fast. That was pretty nice. I mean, I think we all felt like we were paper handing, but then we went back and looked at the charts and it's like, yes, just went up 600 points in a day, like that was insane.
Yeah, that was incredible. Everyone smash that like button. Let's get it caught up. Our bounty is set at 750. We've got the views, but we need the likes. Smash, smash, smash. Let's go. Let's unleash that first prize of the day. Oh, someone said margin call. Have you guys seen that movie? I think that's a classic. Isn't it called Margin Call?
Pretty good. Got some good actors in it for sure.
Yeah, Michael Douglas is in it. Is that right? No, am I thinking of a different
No,
one?
that was Wall Street.
Yeah. I just watched The Wolf of Wall Street again recently.
Crazy. Yeah.
So wild.
That is wild.
That is based on true story. I always wonder like how much of that is true versus not true.
I think he did an interview talking about like it was like I think they did sink a boat, right? Didn't they sink a boat in the Mediterranean or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty well documented.
Like I think that part is real. Like they sunk a boat in the Mediterranean over like during a storm.
Oof. This is a short I'm in at 5 micros.
Love it.
Yeah, it's coming down. We'll see what happens. Wolfie, haha. The Big Short. Oliver said The Big Short. That one is a good one. That's one of my favorites. Chat, what are some of your favorite trading movies?
I like the one. I think Boiler Room's pretty good.
I don't
With
know if I've seen that one. I don't think I have.
that's with the dude from Fast and Furious, I believe.
Oh, I'm excited because I feel like I've seen so many trading movies, but I have not seen that one. The Boiler Room.
Yeah, The Big Short's a classic. You have to watch that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Vin Diesel.
I kind of like the old like what is it? The Michael Douglas one, just the old Wall Street one. I like the classics though.
They're
Yeah,
good.
Boiler Room has Vin Diesel and Ben Affleck in it.
Oh, nice.
No, that was 25 years ago. So
Oh my gosh. Did you say 29 years ago?
25. It came out in 2000.
25? Wow. CJ says, my favorite horror trading movie is the first 2 years of my trading career. Oh, you are not alone, CJ. I think that is almost everyone. Yeah, the first 2 years can be tough. Lots of highs and lots of lows too.
Let's see. So you see how like we're failing to like displace through a low.
I'm seeing where we might. I'm worried that they're going to desync a little bit here. I'm wondering if ES is going to try to be stronger and Nasdaq is going to try to finish that move or some silliness like that. So I'm not real confident in this sync up here just yet. We'll see.
Yeah, I think a big part about trading is like recognizing these days ahead of time and kind of seeing them in like before they happen, because that can save you money, right? I was talking about this low ahead of the open. Let's see if we displace through it. If we don't, then we're probably going to seek this high. So the days like today, like where you can keep money in your pocket, that's a win, right? Cash is a position too.
I like cash. I like money.
Yeah,
that's why that actually is kind of the way I think about it. It's like, am I going to put risk on right here? Am I risking my money because I like it?
Well, okay, NQ ran that London low. Now it's seeking that pre-market high. So
quickly in just like what, 5 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Putting in a pretty wide range already on. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, I guess, just compared to some of these other candles we had prior. I guess I was expecting more drama for the actual GDP release, but
yeah. Bounty is hit, you guys. We did it on Hump Day. So we don't know what the treasure will be. We don't know how it's going to drop. Everyone stay on your toes. MyFundedFutures has been surprising us lately in some very creative ways. GLS said NQ is on steroids. It's bananas.
Oh yeah, we double smashed the bounty. Is that right?
Yeah, we did. Smashed.
Yeah, so here come the buyers. So we're not going to be able to decide here. This is kind of. I think we are just having that convergence of news everywhere today. That's all right. Yeah. It usually just means we have to wait a little bit longer before we get a good setup. Yesterday, it really made me wait, but I mean, I had like an okay morning, but it was the afternoon that was exciting. Actually, I don't even think it was the afternoon. I'm feeling like it was the afternoon because it was the last of my trading, but I think it was kind of the end of the lunch hour.
Nice. That time can be very difficult for me to trade. And it sounds like you were trading a range around that time?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just about the same level 3 or 4 times.
No Luck Pure Skill says they're longing this unicorn.
Be careful. That's all I gotta say. You want to pay attention if you do long it. How does it get through that 745 high? Does it displace through it, or does it wick lower like it did at 930, the 5-minute candle? So you want to see displacement higher. If you're going to try long, you don't want to see a big wick to the downside after it gives you that entry. But I'm gonna be sitting out because this is exactly what I was anticipating ahead of the session. Plus, I don't feel the best. So why I got my little blanket on right now. I'm hot and cold.
It's like that heat seek and destroy that you're talking about. It's just like lots of fake outs.
Yeah, and I kind of been like paying attention to you guys too. You guys talk about like the orb as well, like the 15-minute. Like that's something I use too. Like I always look at the 15-minute candle, see how we're, like the first 15 minutes, see how it's displacing. Like if I see this, like this isn't very decisive to me, right? So yeah, that's a good watching that 15-minute candle. I feel like it's a nice little like benchmark for the session, right?
Right. That's part of why I like it.
Yeah, and a lot of people trade it. Tony asked, what was your trade and why? So my entry was at about 23,514. And the reason why I took a short at that price was because I saw this VWAP here and I was thinking that we would kind of chop around before FOMC. So that's why I hopped in short. And then originally it was like, I think my stop was somewhere above the high of day for the overnight session. So usually, not always, like it seems, I've noticed that we often will break either the overnight high or the overnight low. So sometimes if I can get an entry near one of those, then it's like a cheap trade for like an intraday swing. So that is why I'm in this trade. Will it work? I have no idea. I
There is
sure hope
equal
so.
lows, and there are equal lows in the 15-minute on ES, so that could definitely help you out. That price could draw to. So these lows right here, it's 64.05. So that's that's what I think the market could seek. If that goes lower, maybe NQ goes lower too. But just like the other day, we saw NQ push higher and ES was dumping lower. So
Yeah.
let's see.
What do you guys think about that statement of cheap trades, or just that idea of a cheap trade?
What do you mean? Like, what's the context?
Like, do you like the idea of a cheap trade, like risking very little for like big gains? When you hear people say like a cheap trade, like what comes to mind?
I mean, if
So
there's
you-
a high reward, low risk trade, I'm in.
Yeah. Nick,
Oh,
what
so
are
you're
your
talking
thoughts?
about like something where it's not really like a model that you trade, but like it could work out. Is that what you mean, or what? Or just like
Yeah,
low risk, high reward?
exactly. Low risk, high reward, like cheap. Like you're only going to risk very little for a potential big reward.
Yeah, I mean the thing about those low risk, high rewards, it's still a high risk trade. Like it's a high risk spot where you're buying or selling, even though you have low risk on the table, and it could potentially be a high reward. But I mean, that's just like the market, and you can't be a trader if you don't understand that. So, I don't really have a whole lot of them. I feel like yesterday, like if I would took that short on NQ yesterday, that would have been a great example of a low risk, high reward, right? Shorting up there at the highs. But like I said, that's high risk because we're all time highs, right? So it's
It can
just
feel the worst because you're coming in at actually a really high price or a super low price if you're buying. Oh, I'm seeing chat is typing screen. This must be related to a question. MyFundedFutures.
They got a thing going in chat. They got it.
Yeah,
He's asking
MyFundedFutures.
them.
Oh, go ahead.
He's asking them where to drop the code.
Screen or a chat? Everyone is saying screen.
Oh, I thought you said the screen was messed up.
See a few chat. Yeah, I like the different ways it's been dropped lately. We had one where it was spelled backwards and it was dropped in chat.
Let's see here. You
We're
say you
gonna
were
need
in
to
on
start
NQ,
sending
right?
everybody like some code ciphers.
Yes, I am in NQ, Nick. NQ is green by about 31 points and ES is green by about 2 points. Look at ES. First three candles have closed red on ES. ES is the weaker out of the two.
Yeah, I don't have a clear read on anything today. There's honestly, I'll probably say there's 22 trading days in a month, right? There's probably only 6 or 7 in a trading month that I know like I mean, we can't be 100% sure, but like you're very, very confident the price is going to go lower or higher. And I won't be afraid to say it. Like the other 15 or 16 days, I have no clue what we're doing, you know? So
Yeah.
today is a great example of that too. I had an idea it would do something like this, but you
Mhm.
know, that's kind of, you know, you don't need to know where the market's going every single day.
Keith says, tweet it. Tweet the code. That is interesting, an interesting idea. Everyone go follow MyFundedFutures official on TikTok. Let's get that following up to over 1,000. Where are we at? Let me check. On the TikTok, you guys, let's make Burke happy.
What's the oh yeah, the 50% off sale ends tomorrow, right?
Yes, so it's 50% off, and then once you use code YouTube once, and then it's 15% off using code YouTube off of all of the new accounts. It does end tomorrow. So everyone, make sure you go do that. Let me check on the TikTok. I have to learn how to use TikTok. Who is on TikTok?
Someone said I can just see a lot of accounts being blown on today's price action. Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
How many TikTok followers we at?
We have 392. Everyone, go head over there. Let's make Burke happy. Barbie was saying yesterday, like when we make people who cook for us happy, then they tend to give us more accounts, more free accounts, which we always love.
So
the 15-minute NASDAQ orb is breaking to the outside. Oh, the ES just broke too. Oh, my chart is frozen.
Oh no. Yeah, it is breaking to the upside. My trade was taken out at about break even. I have to clear off this because I moved a stop to break even.
I'll fix this and get it going in just a second.
We have the first inside bar print on NQ. And if you're trading inside bars, you should be going long. So I'm just going to hop in this long. Let's see what happens. And
I got my chart fixed.
Okay, let's go take a look.
I don't know why it does that sometimes. It just freezes the preview. The ES one isn't really doing much yet. The NASDAQ one is trying. I did scale this down a little bit today just because we're FOMC. But we'll see how it does. This at least keeps me busy and out of trouble from doing anything crazier when the market's not giving us much. I also just got the alert that we have the pending home sales data in just under 15 minutes now. So that's one that it's coming in as orange folder. It can have a dramatic impact or it can do nothing. Sometimes it gives you that little FU candle, but we'll see.
We don't like those FU candles.
No,
not when you're long. Is the FU candle like the middle finger candle, like where it goes up and down?
I think chat feels me. It's the one where you have a stop and everything's going really, really great, probably in profit. You're getting pretty close to that profit, and then the market's like, nope. Instead, we're going to the stop. Stop instead. Straight there. That would be an FU candle.
Ugh. Oh, someone, Dylan just passed a 50K expert account.
What's up, Dylan?
Let's go.
I don't know what numbers we're talking about. Should be about 12 minutes until the data.
Oh,
there's one right there. Just like we were talking about.
All right. Might get stopped out on this trade. Chat, are you trading today? Are you sitting on your hands until FOMC?
So it's like it's one of those danger days. So are y'all being good or are you YOLOing? Admit it.
Yes. Share what you're working on or doing. Corey the phone trader said, I feel like the market makers are watching all my trades. Like, hey guys, Corey's in a trade. Ugh, those days are so hard.
Oh, wait, he's got
Ethan,
him doing math problems. Is this part of the puzzle?
Leaker is only gambling
there's
evals.
Raiders YOLOing. At least someone's honest.
Let's go.
I don't know. Raiden blew 5 accounts. That's definitely on a YOLO.
Oh,
Did you guys see the Chuck E. Cheese guy got arrested?
what?
You guys see?
What's the Chuck E. Cheese guy?
Like the little mascot. Chuck E. Cheese
How
got
can the
arrested.
mascot get arrested?
Well, he was at Chuck E. Cheese and he was stealing credit cards, I believe, and
Like just
he
out of
was
people's
walking
pockets?
around, grab them out of people's purse, and then yeah, so he got arrested for credit card fraud. But when they arrested him, he had his whole mask on, like he had the whole outfit on, and so they're putting him in the car.
Oh
So,
no.
yeah, look it up.
So we've tortured the children already.
Well, what he was doing was he was stealing the credit cards to go buy the $50K core accounts. He was trying to load up on those.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Oh no.
He
He
heard we
should've
went
just
from
sold the
3.
cheese.
He heard we went from 3 to 5 with a $100K payout cap, and
Yeah, but like
he was like, "I can
pricey.
leave. I don't have to work $80 an hour anymore with these ungrateful kids. You know, I can just go full court."
Oh my gosh. Keith says, bro.
Yeah, look it up. I was just watching it. Yeah. They put him in the cop car, and he's even got the head thing on, the helmet.
That is so wild. I'm going to have to look that up later. They caught him. Mr. Smith said they caught him with cheese.
Yon saying the 1 hour candle looks really balanced, and it sure does on NASDAQ. I'm looking at the ES one. It's not as balanced. I don't have the hourly up. I can switch this. Where did my mouse go? I'll switch this to the hourly. You can see what I'm talking about. So there's the NASDAQ hourly candle, real balanced. Then the ES one's not so balanced. So that's kind of interesting. What I was just saying, worried about losing that sync that we're having, that sync up. I like it when they're in sync. Not the band, the indexes. Yeah, he's not my Chucky. Maybe he's your Chucky.
I've never been to Chuck E. Cheese.
I had a birthday party there one time. It was fun.
It used to be called something else, or like they bought out another chain that we used to go to. Now I'm trying to think of what that old one was. There was a predecessor. No, you're probably way too young, Nick.
Chuck E. Cheese was I think they're still around, right? A game place with like pizza, and people like to have birthday parties there for kids, and I think it's mainly a kid thing.
It's overstimulation station. Yeah, I mean, if you go to a birthday party there, the parents, they're usually next to liquor stores, and the parents are usually spiking their drinks. I'm just going to say that. Showbiz, that's what it was. It was Showbiz Pizza. That's what we used to have. And then Chuck E. Cheese, I think, bought them out. Showbiz didn't have a mascot running around, though. They just had games. We might get stopped on the ES orb. That one is looking ugly. That's what the one I was just talking about. We'll see. We'll see. It's looking a little ugly over there. But this is one of those days, and I do. So my most popular orb video is on this orb strategy. The one I made before it kind of talks about how the orb can also be used as a range. So could be kind of looking like that today. If we had just played the orb range today, it would have been beautiful, because that's this little box in here.
Bro,
So
every time I pull up to a Dave & Buster's, there's something popping there, bro.
Oh, like in the parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing good happens in the Dave & Buster's parking lot.
It's always this is the starter pack of the people that are getting into trouble. It's like, they got the blue jeans and the boots on, and they got like the button down all the way down here, and then they just got the backwards hat on, and they got holding the drink in their hand. I'm like, oh man, it's trouble.
Nick, those are my people. No,
I
for
will
people
say that's my outfit. That's my outfit too, minus the boots.
for people who don't know, Dave and Buster's is like a Chuck E. Cheese version, but for adults. So it's like lots of toys, lots of games. They also have a restaurant and bar, but it's for adults. It's
Speaking of games, I am ready for football season. Barbie, you like football season? You have to. If you live in Texas.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's not even my choice. It's going to be all around.
Who's
I
your
have a
favorite
new
team?
neighbor, and like, well, Texas Longhorns. But I have a new neighbor, and he was like all self-conscious about meeting the other people on the road and everything. And I didn't understand why. And then like a few weeks later, they're like, "Well, don't you know he played NFL?" And I was like, "No." Like, so apparently I'm just not real quick on that.
Nick, who's your favorite team?
NFL or college?
Both.
So NFL, it's the Chargers, Los Angeles Chargers, and then in college, it's the Oregon Ducks. And the main reason I like the Chargers is just because the QB, he went to Oregon. Before that, I really didn't have an NFL team. It was mainly just fantasy football. That's what we need to do. We need to get a MyFundedTV fantasy football league going.
Ooh.
We actually do need to do that.
I take that serious.
Yeah, we do some sports betting in the trading ranch a bit too. So I like doing I usually like betting on the college sports, but I'll bet on NFL a little bit too.
Me and the rest of the Europeans sitting here completely clueless about what they are talking about.
American football.
Oregon
Run,
Ducks,
throw, kick, pass, ball.
MyFundedFutures says soccer is the real deal. Now that's football.
Yeah, that's actual football. We do run, throw, pass, ball.
Pass ball.
It's not even a ball. What is that? Like,
dang, I'm getting checked in chat right now. There's that
That
word.
is
Nick
true.
don't know ball at all. Are you kidding me?
Uh-oh.
I have a burner Twitter that's got a good
But you
bit
know,
of
you know what
following.
else we do sports betting with, at least in my house, is Premier League. So I got you guys. I see you guys on the football. We're a Liverpool house, but I'll bet on everybody. That was my sport too, though. So
well, at least we got
Soccer.
Nike, Trader Nair. If you look at the
I played
15
soccer for like 26 years or something.
If you look
we're
at the
Premier
15 minute
League
on NQ, it's doing exactly what I've kind of predicted here. We're in the high, failed to displace through the high, and now it's seeking lower. That breaker, that unicorn setup you guys may have took is close to getting stopped out. It's just this is a skill. Like, this is a very underrated skill. It's like knowing these days and knowing when to participate and when not to.
Yeah.
Like, I literally drew this out. I'm like, it's gonna take this high, fail to displace, then seek these lows on ES. So we'll see. Maybe if Barbie can hold up my trophy, it'd be nice right now. Hold it up.
we have to share until we get one sent over to Nick. You know.
I do have trophies for fantasy football too. We all know I do not bet on WNBA games, although Caitlin Clark is GOAT.
Oh my gosh, I was about to
so
say.
good.
I mean, she is the league.
Yeah.
MyFundedFutures said in chat, you want a hint?
A
hint
for
about the drop,
what?
about the code or the treasure.
Really clever.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Shield 50.
So you guys have to fill in that blank.
50 free reset.
This one's not going to go in 2 seconds. I don't think.
I don't even know this.
Yeah, I'd have to Google this.
How is this gone? Nobody knows it. I don't even know it.
So you
I
guys
think
have
there's
to
people
fill
typing
those
in the
question
I think
marks.
people are typing in that. You have to figure out what the 3 question marks are. What was it, by the way?
I still don't know.
don't know.
I think we're waiting to see. We'll wait to see. We'll find out.
Oh,
Mr.
Fed.
Delusional,
coupon's
what
all
was
gone.
it? Oh,
Fed.
Fed Shield 50.
There you go.
Nice one, guys. Ooh, that one was tricky. Renee got it. A7, Terry Shield 50.
I guess. Okay.
That was a tricky one. Neo got it.
Yeah, he got y'all there.
People are like, nah, you can't be doing it like that.
Yeah.
You're like, no, easy.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know if that way was popular.
Type 1 in the chat if you guys typed in the 3 question marks and then Shield 50. It's a safe spot.
Yeah,
safe.
I would have 100%. I would have.
I like it. It makes people think a little bit.
It does.
Oh, some of y'all are sorry losers here. Don't do that. I think this was clever. I didn't even get it at first, y'all. It's all good. We got to spread the love a little bit.
That's true. We do have to spread the love. Yes. It can't always be the fastest people. It can also be the fastest problem solvers, like it was today. Don't worry, guys.
I might cook one up for tomorrow, I think.
You're going to pick one up for tomorrow?
Let me know that, like, what my words are. Chat will be like,
So the candles are getting a little excited because we just had that news drop, but it's not moving too much. But that's what's going on right now.
Yeah. So before I head out here, like I say, failed to displace higher through that high. We have equal lows on ES. I think we go lower now. Seeking towards this low all of a sudden, and then these lows here on ES. So not like if I were to rate this session on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably put it like a 1 or a 2. But we know why it's a 1 or a 2. It's not just we're saying that just to say it. We have FOMC in the afternoon. But yeah, be safe, everyone. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, let's do it.
Bye. Ooh, Chop City.
Yeah.
Uh,
The pending home sales are way down, actually. That's why we were actually getting some movement off of that one. So they were expected to be down a little bit, but they're down a lot. So that's the change. So there's fewer homes under contract waiting to be sold.
we are getting some movement off of that. Hopefully we get more. NASDAQ is green by about 25 points. ES is green by just about 2 points. Chop. Yeah, I don't know. Today is a good day to not trade, maybe. After, I think I had 2 red trades this morning on the show. So I may be done in this account.
Well, I was really hoping that we would get some sort of move up that I could short, and we're not really getting that because otherwise I feel like I'm kind of chasing down here. The other thing that I would look at on ES is just kind of the lows, but because, okay, so we swept this low from pre-market, but I mean, did we sweep it? We touched it, we tapped it. So we didn't really totally sweep it. NASDAQ did. So that's why I'm still thinking that ES could still be looking to make this move lower. It's just there's so many little conflicting. I still have the orb trade going on there too, but there's still just a lot of conflicting signals. So this is that level on ES down there that I'm looking at, the 6405, which is actually where I'll stop out too on the orb trade. But it's just looking more and more nasty, like we're going to be possibly breaking through that. There's just a lot of sell pressure in the market right now, but it's kind of one of those situations where we have the sell pressure, but are we going to end up running out of that real quick? Because the volume, if I hover over this, you can kind of see the volume at the top. It's dropping off real fast, but this last, let me see if I can get over that last candle. Under 10,000 ES contracts sold on the last candle, which for the morning session is pretty lethargic. Just over 5,000 sold on the NASDAQ. So, by the way, y'all are asking me why I favor the ES, almost twice the volume. But that that's kind of a warning sign of chop, because a smaller order can have a bigger impact on price when the volume's lower.
Okay. Chat, type in your questions that you have for Barbie.
I think that Magnus was great doing something creative for y'all.
Yes,
It's
100%.
I love trying new things and keeping y'all on your toes. Like I mean, I think we stream at, the lowest latency we can and everything, but it is kind of just the nature of the beast with streaming, and we want to make sure that no one feels. I mean, everybody has the same latency that we're sending is, but then it can affect where you are. So I think it's cool to spread out the different ways that we do giveaways. My favorites are still the social media ones where you guys get to tag us, because then I can share it.
Yeah, those are fun.
So, okay, Mendez, today is FOMC and not the Fed. The Fed does the FOMC. It's the Fed rate. So this is a Fed event. It's definitely a Fed event. I approve of the Fed in the discount code. Plus, it's a discount code. Y'all don't take life so seriously where you're like getting your panties in a bunch about a coupon code.
Oh, I see a great question. And Tony says, why did you pick the name Barbie? What a cute name.
So that's a nickname I've had since high school or middle school. I've always just done a lot. You've probably heard of some of my adventures. I've restored cars and raced cars. I've also been quite nerdy. I was one of the very first Amazon associates. I was building websites in the 90s, which was kind of unheard of. And so I've just gone on all these sorts of adventures. So they would call me car racing Barbie or nerd Barbie or, whatever I was doing, because rodeo Barbie, because I've done rodeos and stuff like that. So they would just call me that. And so when I needed a screen name, that's what I came up with. And my very first trading chat, I needed a screen name. That just naturally came out.
And the bull, because of you're always
market.
long,
I mean, bear
market.
Barbie doesn't sound fun. No, it's just bull. I mean, you just have to pick something. It's not that serious. It sounds cool.
I love it.
Carlos, way before Dreamweaver. Way before Dreamweaver.
Susu Bear says, you're so amazing, Barbie.
Thank you.
The Barbie is like all the different
Barbie.
Barbies, right? It's like all the different adventures that
I mean, I don't know how to settle down and just do the same thing all the time. I'm always kind of I mean, I'm a beekeeper too. I'm beekeeping Barbie too. I just always have all these things going, and I like that. I like staying busy. If I get bored, I go find something to do. I've just always been busy, so
yes,
that's kind of where that came from.
Great question. Chat, drop other questions that you have for Barbie. Talk says, gotta grab the bull by the horns. Let's go.
What horns?
Byte Logic says, you mean you're not sitting trading from London till 5 p.m.? ?
There are some people who get in my email or my DMs or whatever kind of mad about that, but no, I do lots of stuff. I trade better when I walk away from the screen a lot. That's actually why I have a hard time streaming all day. When I stream all day, it's a special event because I need to be able to get out and move. Like yesterday, I do remember the morning because I was streaming after this stream too. I was on the other stream, and the final total for the morning was 2 wins, 2 break evens, and a loss. So it was actually a pretty boring day. It's like I did all that effort with 5 trades, and I had a very small profit. So that was kind of boring, and I thought my day was done, but I just went and took care of other things, came back, and was able to hit a better opportunity that I saw. But I don't know if I would have seen that opportunity if I just stayed at the computer the whole time, because it was a completely different kind of sort of trade and a different setup that I was looking for. So I was looking for more breakout trades in the morning session, and then I found a really nice range to trade later, but I wasn't in a range mindset in the morning. So having that break where I was physically outside for having work done on our barn. I was checking on that stuff and checking on animals, and it's 100 degrees. So I've got to check everybody's water and all that. And having that physical movement and then coming back, I think was a really great reset. So I was able to do that. Ooh, Ash is in the chat already.
Hey, Ash. Good
Love
morning.
to see that.
Ash is recharged. People were like, "Where's Ash?" yesterday. I was like,
Big
"Oh,
miss yesterday. Yeah, everyone missed
yeah.
Ash.
Everyone missed you, Ash. It's so great to have you back today." Oh, I have I saw another question. Craig asked, "Any reason you don't use trailing stops occasionally?"
For me,
Yeah,
I use trailing stops. So maybe they're talking about the orb trade. Let me explain. I do different kinds of trailing stops, and it depends on the setup. We've been really focused on this one because it's been simple and easy for me to teach. I was explaining some more complicated trade brackets yesterday to some people, where I'll take a quantity of 5 and then I'll trim 3 of them and then have 2 runners and things like that. Those all trail. This one does trail. This hasn't trailed yet. I haven't had an opportunity to trail this trade. This is the ES one. It went over the opening range long enough to tag me in, and then I haven't. When would I trail? I would be out. But my whole idea is I want to have my stop loss where it protects me, but is the least likely to get hit. And when I've tested this and tested this and tested this, the thing that worked the best for this version of the setup anyway is not trailing until I get halfway to target. But I do trail in like the bracket that I was showing people yesterday, where I take 5 and then I'll take the first one off at some really low hanging fruit. I'll take a majority of the trade off. Those second 2 I trail, and it depends if I'll let it trail automatically or manually. I have a bracket that does this completely manual, so I can just trail it manually, and then I have another one that trails. The closer we get, the faster it trails. So I do use trailing stops. I don't. I think what frustrates some new traders is I don't use the same bracket and the same trail for every single trade, but I don't think every single setup's the same, so I don't treat every single setup the same. This is I took this really, really small today because I didn't love the conditions for the opening range breakout trade, but I still wanted to show it. So I just took this really small. That's yesterday you probably saw me take 4 in one account and 5 in another, and I scaled both of these down to 1. But that's just because the different opportunities present themselves differently. I didn't know this years ago when I first started trading. This is a skill that I've developed over time, and it gets easier. It feels really daunting. Like, how do I know which days are bad and which days aren't going to have the good setups? You just kind of figure it out. And a lot of times you don't know until it's happening. But when we do have a lot of news conditions coming in, with the Fed releasing the Fed funds rate and having the FOMC and all that today, plus the tariff deadline. So I think Russia's tomorrow. There's a whole bunch coming up on the 1st. There's a tariff drama. And then we have this GDP surplus that is going to be dealt with in some way that we don't know yet. So there is a lot of pending news. And when we have pending news, the market tends to have lower volume and chop around. And that's something we can confirm. We can come in and look and see, and you just kind of get a feel for this because you'll watch it, but you can go look back at other days. But 30,000 on the first candle is okay. We can definitely have more than that. But then when we start dropping below 10,000 ES contract shared in a 5-minute candle at the open, that's actually really low for it changes over time, but that's really low for the conditions that we've had lately. So that gives me another indication that it's kind of a frumpy day to trade. So that's why I'm not going to be trying to trail a big breakout trade on a day like today.
Mhm.
It doesn't. There's not a lot of probability on it.
And that's like from experience, a lot of experience screen time, experience trading that you're sharing with us, like just
Yeah.
knowing, understanding market conditions and
on the bracket where I'll have 2 runners. The first runner I usually trail that stop manually, and then that last one I'll let it trail automatically at the end, because a lot of times that last runner, the first part of the trade's a scalp. I might be in that 5 or 10 minutes, but that last runner, sometimes they last all day, and I'm not going to be glued to the computer for one runner. So I have that one set to just keep trailing. So it's going to get profit. I just don't know how much.
Mhm. And
But
Barbie,
that's not for every trade. That's for when I'm looking for a breakout.
Okay. And you live stream.
I do. I've been summer's kind of hard to set a schedule because I don't have a set schedule, but yeah, I do live stream.
Yeah, everyone, make sure you subscribe to Bull Barbie's channel. Live streams, a ton of great videos on there. I saw another question from Andres. Do you always use the orb?
So, sometimes I hear this question and I think people are thinking like I only trade the orb, but if it's a systematic trade that I have tested out day after day after day, then yes, I'll go ahead and run it because my trading's not like everybody's. We all kind of find our own little groove, and I still take discretionary trades. They're based off of a system, but I sit down at the computer and I place the orders where I want them. But I also, because I have some strategies that I've done over and over and over again, and I've been learning I've always known a little bit of programming, but because of trading, I've really upped my programming skills so that I can have that happen for me. Because the idea behind the orb trade is because it's so simple, I can program it and have it running in the background while I'm looking for discretionary trades. But the way that the stats work, and on a systematic trade that I'm going to program, I'm going to back test it, and I'm going to back test it, and I'm going to back test it, and I'm going to have all of the stats. I'm going to have the stats for all of the different ways that you can trade it with the trailing stops, waiting for candle closes, all of that kind of thing. And I've tested it and I've tested it and I've tested it. But if you're testing it over a long range of time, you're not going to sit there and go through each and every day and say, I don't like this day, I don't like that day. So I'm taking this huge sampling of days when I get my numbers. So if I want a similar result, those are hypothetical results. If I want to get those hypothetical results or something close to them in the real live market, I have to trade it the same way, which is every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I did break that rule a little bit by downsizing it today, but that's the way I look at those. And the reason that I want to program these simple trades is so that I can focus more on the discretionary trades and have them all going on at once. Because we have prop firms, we can have all of these different accounts going, and we can use specific accounts for specific trades and things. And that's a really cool opportunity.
Yeah. It is such an incredible opportunity. Speaking of that, you guys, MyFundedFutures, we can have up to 5 SIM-funded accounts. So you can use code YouTube to get 50% off any of the accounts, one-time use, and then it's 15% off unlimited of the new accounts using code YouTube to help support our channel and to keep it growing. We have over 18,000 subscribers. You guys rock. Hit subscribe, hit notifications if you haven't already. Sometimes Luke will surprise us with special flash sales. So we never know what's being cooking in the background. Last 2 days. Yes, thank you, Abhishek. Last 2 days for the sale. And that does end. So it's $66 using the code YouTube, all in on the 50K core account. There's never activation fee. So once you pass, that's it. Like there's no extra fees, no data fees, nothing. So $66, and if you can pass it, and then you're in sim funded, and then you can withdraw monies, which gets me super excited. It's really the best deal in town, and it's end of day drawdown. All the accounts at MyFundedFutures are always end of day.
I'm going to reiterate, you said it's $66 all in.
Mhm.
So I have passed accounts at other prop firms, and I paid the fee, and then I passed it, which was cool. But then I got an email that said I had to pay $150 to keep going. So we do not have to do that, right?
We don't, exactly. Oh my God, that gave me chills, Barbie, because I've experienced that too. like where you might pay, let's say, very, very, very little money in the front end, and then you get that email, and it's like, ooh, $150 I have to pay, or however much. It's yeah. So exactly, $66 all in. Nothing else after that. Can't beat it. And for end of day drawdown. And
It's a weird way to
payout.
celebrate. It is. It's a weird way to celebrate, to go, congratulations. What's that credit card number again?
This is why we love MyFundedFutures. All right, market is just kind of continues to chop around. NASDAQ is green. by about 30 points. So when it's chopping like this, if you're not live streaming, Barbie, what do you typically do? Just like shut down the screens, or do you just have it
Yeah, I mean,
in the
honestly, it's kind of
background?
boring, right? So
Yeah.
I'll just move on. I might go put a load of laundry in. I might go shopping. I don't know. You never know. That's life with Barbie, right?
Adventures.
But I do think it's really important when the market gives you that chance to go out and do other things, I think hobbies are really important. So there should be other things that you want to go do. Whatever it is, it could be random. I mean, I accidentally became a beekeeper. So you never know what it's going to be. I got shooting club too. We are in Texas. So there's you got to have other things to look forward to for anything, because perspective, no matter what you're doing, but especially in trading, you need that kind of thing. It'll be really, really nice. Now we're getting this move up. We'll see if it does it. This is on ES. It's going to be back in profit here. NASDAQ's not there yet. It's just choppy. Not too exciting. I mean, you could pay me. I would not hate that market. You can do that, but still waiting for that move higher anyway. If I want to get a good short on, even if we get a range going, well, especially if we get a range going, I want to get a really good price going into it, so it's a little bit safer. I think chat likes the flash sales, huh? 24/7 is your hobby. Well, that you are Mr. Delusional, so that name checks out again. I would get delusional trading 24/7 too.
Chart Collective says, what was your bias on that trade? LOL. It's the 15-minute orb. We like everything flashy.
Well, in this
Rat
trade,
real me. Yeah, I think
yeah, that's the
asking.
cool thing is this trade, you don't have to mess with the bias. I know bias is hard, and that's why I love this trade for especially early beginning traders. The reason that bias is hard is you can have bias within bias. So on the daily chart, we are bullish, right? Where's my daily? We are bullish. We are very bullish. This is a bullish chart. But we can still, the more we zoom, so we've got that bullish bias. Oh, the hourly is looking a little more bearish. Can we have a bearish bias on the hourly? So then we have a bearish bias within a more macro bullish bias. And then here we're just chopping around on the 15. So that's a choppy bias. There's 3 different biases in 3 different time frames. And that's why it can get kind of tricky talking about biases and framing biases within biases. And so that's why when I have any of that, I'm always trying to frame it within, well, the whole thing is where's the entry. So like yesterday, I was looking for kind of a knife catch bounce, and I think someone was asking, well, why don't you just short it? Well, I didn't have the short entry. So I did think it was likely for the market to come down, but I could not find the short entry. So I was waiting for that bounce entry instead. And that's kind of part of the game, is like, even if you have these biases that they are kind of layering and working on top of each other, the important thing is actually identifying the places where you're looking for entries.
Victor asked, can we have multiple funded core accounts? Absolutely. So you can have up to 5 funded sim accounts of the 50Ks. And so you can have 5 of the core. I did the math. I keep forgetting how much that is all in. It's incredible when you actually look at the opportunity, you guys. So $66.
Who wants to collect these with me? We're collecting funded accounts, right?
Yes.
Who's collecting?
I want to, Barbie. I'm in. Okay, $66 all in times 5 is $330. Potentially, if you pass all those 5, get into Sim Funded, for $330, you are getting $10,000 worth of drawdown. Like, that's unbeatable. I love that. Great question. Thanks for asking that, Victor.
I think we're about to finally get the trail on this thing.
Ooh, it's
Oh
going.
my gosh.
Go, go, go.
I've been tempted to add a sensitivity to do that just a tick early. We'll see. This is my automation running right now too. So we're also testing it this week. I got some beta testers running it too. So, because sometimes it makes perfect sense to me and not to other people. So that's what we're working on here too. What is your definition of institutional manipulation? That sounds like an ICT concept if I've ever heard one. But so, I mean, when you hear institutional manipulation, you think that the institutions are changing the price and manipulating price. And I don't look at it that way, because what the institutions are doing is they've got a mission to accomplish, and it's either to buy a position or sell a position. And because they've got a massive, massive order, we don't appreciate this. Okay, we got trailed. Let's go.
Let's
We don't
go.
appreciate this, but they can't just hit an order and get in and out real quick. So they've got to space it out over time and price. So they have a order block, a block of orders that they're going to get done over time and price. All right. Just go up to profit, please. Okay, let's check in on the NASDAQ one. It's not as exciting yet, but hopefully we'll get something going there. Okay, I got cut off, but I hope that that made sense, where I was trying to explain it. Like, so if it looks like manipulation on the chart where they're trying to change the price, it's just they've got a high and a low that they want to execute those orders in, and then they'll kind of put little batches within that block that they're trying to get done. So it's not all hitting the market at once. If it hits the market all at once, there's going to be a big dramatic candle, and they won't get as good of a price.
I saw another question. Cesar said, do you have specific time to take trades?
I don't sit here and be like, okay, well, it's 9:52, but I do focus my efforts on the morning session. It's a time that I find a lot of opportunities and tend to execute them well. And then, I mean, there's times a day that kind of flow naturally, because we have the Asian opens in the evening, and then the London Open overnight, the New York Open when we're starting here, and then when London closes, because right now we're in overlap. All those times are good to watch, because you have participants entering and exiting the market, and some participants. Well, Terry's talked about the market on open and market on close orders. There's that kind of stuff going on. There's also stuff going on more slowly, but sometimes people have business, institutional buyers and sellers have business that they're to conduct that day, and they have to get it done. I got distracted by another question, but I hope that explains it. Someone was asking if I'm break even now. So, okay, this is the ES orb. I have trailed this one to break even, if that's what you're asking. I trailed that to break even halfway to the target. The NASDAQ one has not hit that trail spot yet. So we'll see what that does. You want to see there's the NASDAQ trade. So the ES one, I still have the same line. So even though we can't see the trade, it's going for this target up here around 21, which is also where I want to short. So we'll see.
Janie Trades asks, so does that sale work for just core accounts? No, it works for all the new accounts. So on the core, the scale, and the pro. Use code YouTube for 50% off. And then after that, of one use of using code YouTube, then use code YouTube for 15% off any of the new accounts. 2 days
think it also works on the legacy ones too. It is kind of your last chance to get those, but I think it's your last chance. Don't quote me on that. But it should work on everything right now. I like the new accounts better though. So
yeah, me too. What do you like about them, Barbie?
Well, I like it as simple as it can get. So anytime they simplify anything, that's good for me. My big thing is though, like we were talking about earlier, I really want to collect the accounts, and so I like how we can have 5 of them, because I would like to do that. So, and then I like my 2 favorite things. So it's the 5 account max, and then the increased limits on the sim funded. So.
Yeah, that's huge. The increase is 100,000 per trader, sim cap.
So Bangers was asking, after 2 days the core price goes up. There's a list price where it's always like the normal price, but right now you can use the coupon and get it for $66, which is not always the case. I'll put NASDAQ over here because that trade's more boring.
Yeah, sometimes trades just take a long time to work, and then sometimes it's like a blink of an eye.
You can still watch it's the same setup. This chart has the same little levels. This line here on the NASDAQ trade is where I want to trail that one to break even. And I know sometimes these are disappointing and they just hit break even and then go, but it all works out for me in the wash, so I'm good with it. No, look, pure skill, you just got a payout. Nice.
Woohoo! 2.4 just made payout available. Awesome! Everyone hit the confetti button. Let's go. I love hearing about payouts. It's so inspiring.
Yeah, here it goes. I shouldn't have said the break even stop out thing.
There's
no,
like
did y'all got some of the tsunami? I was watching the people in Hawaii, and then they like didn't get much, but I think some other places did.
Oh no. Yes, Ash is coming. XD weapon as is Ash coming. Yes, very soon. And last minute thoughts before Ash hops on, Barbie?
I don't know. I was trying to pay attention to chat a little bit. Somebody was asking me about potential shorts. So the level that I'm looking for on ES, well, it's a zone. That's a little bit of the problem. So I'll probably have to scale in if we get up there. But I'm looking at 64.21 to 25 to potentially build a short, but we'll see. I'm real cautious of range and all sorts of things today. This is not the day where I'm gonna go make $1 million. I'm not expecting that. So I'm still being real cautious with everything that's going on. Hopefully this thing pays and I can just be done.
Yeah, and go and enjoy time with all the other hats and jobs that you wear. I was going to say enjoy time with, but then I know you have all the animals.
I'll enjoy timing.
Yes, timing. Great to see you, Barbie. Thank you for all of the wisdom and advice today, and we will see you tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it's just kind of Chop City. Just waiting.
How much closer are we to that payout? Did we get the last day or?
No, not yet. Not
So
yet.
close.
We'll see. Fingers crossed. You know, I mean, I have been known to do some stupid things in between good trades, so fingers
Well, are we
crossed.
still sitting in the same position as before? Is it still available?
Oh, my position. Oh, the account, you mean?
Yeah, like, do you still only need one more day left?
Yes, exactly. I only need one more day, but you never know. Like, I have done stupid things, so we'll see. Phil Khan says, Terry gonna blow her account, LOL. It's possible, right? It's possible. Hopefully not. How's your morning going?
Very good. Yesterday, sorry chat, but I lost internet, so they're doing a lot of developing in my area. So they were actually laying some new utility, which turned off my internet. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to show up yesterday, but today we got right back on the normal schedule, and I'm very excited to be back on here with everybody.
Oh, awesome. We're so glad you're back. So many people missed you yesterday. Roberto, I'm just seeing in chat, past 2 more funded.
Let's go, Roberto. W in chat for Roberto.
Woohoo! Okay, I've typed in W. I love hearing about people passing accounts and taking out payouts. It's just so inspiring. Oh, MyFundedFutures asked, where was Ash yesterday? His internet disconnected or he was taking piano lessons?
I think I'm taking the over on the piano lessons there.
Someone was upset in chat yesterday because they were like, Ash was supposed to play us the piano today.
Yeah. Someday I'm going to have to actually learn, and then we'll do a segment on the piano.
That sounds fun. Definitely let me know. I want to be there. I will pass the baton to you. Have a great stream, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All righty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. You too, Ash. Bye, guys. Bye, chat.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. Sorry about yesterday once again. Yeah, the internet went out, so I was not able to participate in business yesterday. But fortunately, it went back on around 6 p.m. at night, so we were able to get right back to normal business. So, how's everybody doing here, chat? How did we do yesterday? I didn't get to catch up with everybody. Are we green on the week or are we red on the week? Throw in 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. See how everybody's doing. Going to take a moment to say hi to the community, and then we'll get into some of the information here. So throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. Okay, some 1s to start. Some 2s to start. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. Okay, so pretty 50-50. We got half 1s and half 2s. Well, let's make sure that we got the right mindset. Let's make sure that we're ready for today and for the rest of the week. Let's make sure we understand that we need to focus on the present. Okay? Yesterday's experience should not influence today's experience. Okay? If you got tilted yesterday, don't come into today's experience tilted as well. If you cannot be objective to the information that is being presented, if you cannot manage your risk properly, then always choose the side of patience. Okay? Depending on if you can be objective to the information, if you can manage your risk, then let's get into the information and let's take a look at what we got this morning. I'll go through my analysis so that you can see what I looked at this morning, and then we can go through some questions and comments. Okay? So let's hop out here. Let's get out to the higher time frames. We have some things to point to. Okay, let's also get over here to the economic calendar. So first thing I want to talk about is non-farm payroll. Non-farm payroll is first Friday of every single month. I've talked about having scheduled breaks before. The times that I've built in scheduled breaks for my routine is Wednesday to Friday of non-farm payroll week, CPI day, FOMC day, and bank holidays. Everybody's heard me say it many times. I'll continue to keep saying it. Less is more. Quality over quantity. You do not need to be taking hundreds of positions a day. Okay? One good trade, that is all you need. Whether it's one good trade a day, one good trade a week, whatever frequency works best for yourself. But in my opinion, over trading and oversizing is leaving you open to more risk and more chance of failing. So we need to have a healthy relation with risk. That's why I'm saying having built-in breaks into your routine is a very good idea. Sometimes it's as simple as choosing to be patient and staying on the sideline. Sometimes being patient could keep you out of a lot of bad decision-making, a lot of bad trades. Okay? But if you're the individual that is willing to trade today, and you still want to conduct your plan, you want to take risk, first things first is accepting the risk before the risk is taken. If you can accept the risk, then we can go in and start to build a game plan. Because just like every other day, that's what trading is. Show up to your session, identify the information you're capable of identifying, create a game plan using that information, execute it with strictly defined risk management. That's what we've been doing here during my segment. I'm going to continue to keep doing it. I've been publicly sharing my journey here in the market via live streams, via Discord communities, via Twitter, Instagram, the whole nine. We're going to keep showing up and working and learning every single day that the internet is on. At least we need internet and electric. So let's get right back to it. We'll take a look at the daily chart. Everybody knows that I look at the daily chart to obtain a bias. When I'm looking at the daily chart, I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Okay? So it's very clear that we've been extremely bullish ever since my first day here on the live stream. Back in April, we had talked about some long-term purchases down here. We've been bullish ever since. We just continue to keep crushing new all-time highs. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Okay, so I'm not willing to become bearish until something extremely obvious that is bearish happens. It has to happen first before I become bearish. Okay, until then, I'm just going to remain bullish because trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Okay? But we still need to do things that are bullish, right? So when you're bullish, you want to be longing from bullish FVGs or swing lows. So, for example, NQ was able to tap into a bullish FVG heading into today's session, right? So you can see the FVG here. That would give you a reasoning to be bullish, right? So looking for longs on NQ for me made sense because of this. Compared to ES, if we hop over to ES, you can see that ES still has the FVG below to bounce from. Okay, so still being bullish, preferring to choose NQ because NQ tapped into its bullish FVG. Okay. Then going down to lower time frames, this explains today's logic. Let's take a look at price action heading into New York Open. Do it on a 5-minute chart. And let's put this up here. Okay, so this indicator will show you the different sessions. Right? Asia session, London session, New York AM session. We have talked about this concept many times. We'll continue to keep talking about it because it's a logic that I use. When London session takes out Asia sessions high and low during London session, to me, that is insight to a consolidation profile for New York AM session. Okay. We have also spoke about heading up to major news events being another logic to a consolidation profile. You have NFP this week. NFP's on Friday. So there's two different things pointing to consolidation today. Okay. So heading into New York Open, where does the best opportunity present itself in a consolidation profile? Throw the answer in chat. Before I keep moving forward with the analysis, I want to know what chat thinks. Where does the best opportunity present itself in a consolidation profile? While you guys are throwing that answer in chat, let's also go ahead and set a bounty. Okay, sometimes I like to do the giveaway scheduled. Sometimes I like to do surprises. Sometimes we'll do the form. Sometimes, you know, we're going to keep changing it up. This time I want to set a bounty. So, chat, here's the bounty. Let's get another 100 viewers in here and another 100 likes. So, it looks like the stream has 870 likes. It looks like the stream has 580 viewers. Go share the stream with your communities. Go share the stream on X. Go share the stream on Instagram. Share it with all your friends. Let's get another 100 viewers in here. Let's get another 100 likes. If we can complete that bounty, we'll do a giveaway somewhere between 11 and 11:15. How does that sound for a bounty? Throw a thumbs up in chat if you want to set that bounty. If that is a deal, throw some thumbs up in chat. Let's get another 100 viewers in here and another 100 likes. and we'll go ahead and do a giveaway around between 11 and 11:15. How does that sound, chat? We're getting some thumbs up. All right, we'll set the deal. Let's see if you all share it with your communities. Let's see if you all share it on X. Let's get another 100 viewers in here. Then around 11 and 11:15, we'll do another giveaway. Back over to the information. So we talked about a bullish bias because NQ tapped into that bullish daily FVG. Then we talked about a consolidation profile because London session took out Asia sessions high and low during London session. Okay. Therefore, that provides insight to New York AM session being a consolidation profile. Now, during a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extremes of the range back to equilibrium of the range. Okay? That was the answer I was looking for. In a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. We can consider a consolidation profile by looking at what London session did. So you could anticipate a sweep of the extreme of the range, looking for a move back into equilibrium of the range. How do you do that? Let's go into the chart now and point to it. Okay, so let's go to New York AM session, right? Let's go to New York Open, and let's point to the extremes of the range, right? Here's the overall swing low here. Here's the overall swing high of the current range that price is in, right? And at this moment in time, this is where we're waiting because we know that it's a consolidation profile for either this or this. That type of move. Now, since I explained to you that on the daily time frame, I'm bullish, this would be the preferred scenario. I would want to look for this one. Understanding that we're bullish because of the higher time frame, then understanding the search and destroy type of profile, the consolidation type of profile, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter. The terminology is not the point. It is the logic that you provide to your decision making. If you can provide sound logic to your decision making, that's when you're dealing with higher probabilities. A simple price action pattern is not going to do that for you. You still need to be providing logic to your decisions. So, since the higher time frames have been bullish for a long time, since we know it's going to be a consolidation profile, this is the type of opportunity I would want to look for. When we're looking for a type of opportunity, what is the confirmation we use to know that it's time to engage with that idea? Throw the answer in chat. When we've developed a game plan, we have a bias, and we're going in to begin to start executing, what is the thing that we use to understand to confirm the idea that we're using that we should begin to start executing? What do we use, chat? Throw it in chat. What would be the confirmation you look for there? What would be the confirmation you look for there? Very good job, Guillermo. Very good job, Amir. Very good job, Steve. Very good job. Very good job. A crack in correlation. SMT, whatever you want to call it. So heading into New York, price goes ahead. It fails to take out this low on ES. If we go over to NQ, you can see price takes out this low. Okay, using the same 2 points in time, if two correlated assets are doing something different, that's what a crack in correlation is. Okay? Now, before I complete the analysis, one more time for any newcomers, I just want to let you know, we're currently working on another giveaway. Okay? we're going to do a giveaway between 11 a.m. and 11:15. If you can complete the bounty is to get another 100 viewers in here and another 100 likes on the stream. So go and share the stream with your communities, share the stream with your friends. Let's get another 100 viewers in here, and between 11 and 11:15, we'll do another giveaway. Okay? So continuing with the analysis, you can see here at the same 2 points in time, NQ takes out the low while ES does not. There's your Kraken correlation right there. Take a look at the time of this candle, 4:30 a.m. Then go look at this candle, 9:30 a.m. And let's look at that on ES. 4:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. There's your Kraken correlation. Right, so we were already bullish because of the daily time frame. We understood that we were dealing with consolidation. So what we were looking for was a sweep of the extreme low and then a move back to equilibrium. And the thing that's saying it's time to execute is the SMT. So at this point in time, during my live stream in my communities, we were looking for, what do we target when we are bullish? Equal highs. So you can see there's a clean set of equal highs here. These two highs pointing to this one and this one. So equal highs would be the target here. Okay, so from this point in time here, this is when we're looking for this move here, targeting this, because of all of the logic we just provided. NQ was the one that tapped into the daily bullish FEG in a very bullish overall higher time frame bias. Then because London session took out Asia sessions high and low during London session, we were looking for a consolidation profile. When we got that at New York Open, we went and swept the lows of the range. We also got bullish SMT when that occurred. This is bullish SMT as ES did not go below this low. Once this bullish SMT occurred, then we're targeting the equal highs. That's the entire logic for New York Open. This is the information that I had in my communities and my stream. Then it's a matter of taking it to target, getting in this thing and taking it to target, right? Said this many times. I'll continue to keep saying it. It doesn't matter what type of model you want to use, what type of price action pattern you want to use, what type of indicator you want to use. It's the process, okay, that matters. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making. It's not the entry function that does it. An entry function simply on its own is not enough. It's not enough logic. So I don't care if you use EMAs. I don't care if you use inversions. I don't care if you use orbs. I don't care if you use unicorns. It's the logic that matters. The entry function is the least important out of the entire equation. Right? So, for example, here's an inversion. So instead of talking about unicorns all the time, let's take a look at an inversion. You finally get a candle closure above the gap. It's the logic that matters of the bullish SMT in the bullish bias to think that this long position here would play out. Right? Because after that closure, you get an entry for the long, and then you go to target, directly to the target. Okay, so once again, it's the logic that matters. It's the logic that creates the probabilities. A price action pattern alone is not going to do it. Once you can see these probabilities through the logic, through the concepts that we talk about here throughout the streams, that's when you're analyzing probabilities. We need to be analyzing probabilities. When you can identify higher probabilities, that's the time to be executing. All other times, be patient enough and wait until you can get very clearly defined logic. Have the mental and emotional intelligence to control all of your actions, all of your thoughts, all of your feelings, to just wait until that time happens again. Less is truly more. Quality over quantity. If you can't do your due diligence beforehand, don't take the trade at all. Right, so notice how we developed the entire game plan. We went through all of the concepts. We understood the logic. We waited for New York Open. We got a confirmation. After the confirmation, we had a very clear draw on liquidity. A form of entry function appeared. It gave an entry and went to target. Okay, so if you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it in chat. I'll move back over to chat, but that's the information I have for this morning. Now, once again, less is more, quality over quantity. So if you've developed a game plan, if you went into the market and executed that game plan, you've now gotten a result to the game plan. What are you going to do in between your trades? Because this is where the trader is truly made or broken. Okay? What you do in between each trade is going to determine your progress in this business. Okay? If you're capable of obtaining a result, and once you get a result, being done for the day, that's when you're going to make the most progress. Having more patience. If you're the type of individual that's going to sit there and say, okay, now I have a cushion to work with, let's size up and go in for another trade. Let's see if we can double this amount. That's what's going to be what burns your account. Okay, so in my opinion, once you get green, it's way better to stay green. Once you get a result to a position, be done for the day. Go work on health. Go work on other businesses. Go do something else with your time, because less is truly more, quality over quantity. Okay, so now that we've gotten a result to that position, that's where I'm at today. Me and my communities looked at information. We got a result to the information. We documented it. And now it's time to go back to the sidelines, go back to being patient. Okay, so we can still sit here and analyze for the next 30 minutes. I got another 30 minutes during my segment, but the position that I'm sitting in right now is to remain flat, remain patient. I won't be taking any trades. You can see that I'm not even in my live account. Every single day is not a trading day. Being flat is a position. You need to have a healthy relation with risk. You need to have built-in breaks. You need to know when you've completed your objective. You need to know when to be on the sidelines. When I used to play sports, they used to always tell me that the greatest offense is an amazing defense. Right? If your defense doesn't give up any points, that gives your offense the easiest chance at winning. If your defense doesn't give up any points, then your offense only has to score once. Sounds much easier for the offense than if your defense is giving up hundreds of points every single day. Okay, so that's my information for today. For anybody new that has just joined, last time I'll say it, we're going to do another giveaway. The goal was to get another 100 viewers in here and another 100 likes. Let me hop back over to chat to see if we've completed that. Amazing job, chat. Absolutely amazing. So it does look like we did get another 100 likes. It does look like we got another 100 viewers. So we'll get that set up. A deal is a deal. Very good job. We got the likes. We got the views. So get ready. We'll do another giveaway between 11 and 11:15. Once again, do us a favor. If you're finding any value from this community, from all the giveaways, from all the expert hosts, from all the traders that we get to get on the show, if you're getting any value from that, do us a favor and sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We're doing giveaways every day of the week. We're going live every day of the week. We're consistently providing value every single chance we can get. So sub to the channel, like the video. If you're also wondering why you can't communicate in chat, I believe it's because chat is sub-only mode. So if you want to help out your communities, do your communities a favor. Tell them we're about to do a giveaway. Share the stream in the community. Share it with your friends. That way everybody could get a chance at the upcoming giveaway. So be ready in the next 15 minutes. We'll get another one going. As we're waiting and watching, let's now also move over to some questions and answers. So throw any type of question in the chat, anything to do with this trading business. It could be anything to do with the community, anything to do with MyFundedFutures. Gladly willing to share any type of information. So feel free to throw any type of question or information in chat, and we'll start doing some questions and answers as well. How was this month for you? My month is going well. I'm actually getting prepared for another withdrawal from the live account. I've been putting my attention on the live account. So we're in our third month of the live account. We started the live account when I got on stream with you guys. The live account is still alive, still seeing payouts, still being traded. Once again, just a quick comment on that. I'm not obligated to take trades when I'm here on stream with you guys. There will be times where I do take trades on stream. There will be times where I take trades off stream. There will be times where I take trades in my Discord. I'm not obligated to take a trade every single day. What I am doing is sharing my trading business publicly. So just know that this is not a signal service. You are to accept your own risk. Okay. I'm a trader just like you guys, just taking it one day at a time. And where that currently stands is we're getting ready for another payout. It looks like August is going to start the same way that June and July went, with payouts coming from the live account. So the live account in MyFundedFutures is doing great. I've always preached a 50% win rate at a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Over 3 months of trading in that live account, that is the exact statistics that I have. So it is not just random information. I'm speaking from experience. This is what I'm actually doing. We've seen 11.8K of withdrawals from the account. I'll probably do another like $1,400 withdrawal to start August. So that'll put me at about, what is that? 130% total return on the account after the next withdrawal. So the live account is doing good. We'll continue to keep showing up every single day, working and learning every single chance we can get. That's why I love doing these live streams, because getting to say this logic out loud and then watching it happen throughout the session, having it recorded so that I can go back and watch it at another point in time. That's what I mean when I say everybody needs to be documenting. Okay, you need to be documenting, whether it's via text, whether it's via recording. It's going to be your best learning opportunity. That's what builds the muscle memory. Conviction is built through experience. You have to show up and put in that time. You have to show up and build the muscle memory. You have to show up and click the buttons and record the information. Nobody's going to do it for you. This is a you versus you business. Okay? You are going to be the only one that clicks the button for yourself. Okay. You are going to be the only one to make the decisions for yourself. All of your results are completely owned by yourself and they're unique to yourself. So understand that this is a you versus you business. You can use other people's information as a way to expedite your process, right? Learn from my mistakes. That's why I do this publicly, right? Learn from me so you can expedite your process. Okay. Here's another example of that external to, the extreme of the range, moving from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. Right? Remember earlier when I said, where does the best opportunity present itself in a consolidation profile? It's the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. Right? Here's the swing high of the range. Right? And if this swing high to this swing low is the range, then we can go ahead and put this on there to see what equilibrium would be. And here you go. We have moved from the extreme of the range, right? Instead of breaking out and continuing to move higher, we're in a consolidation profile. So we know the extreme of the range is a good opportunity to move back to equilibrium of the range. Here's equilibrium of the range being completed. So another beautiful example of a consolidation profile. Some of the logic that we use here. You could have seen that by knowing London session took out Asia sessions high and low during London session. So the logic was already provided to understand this move before it happened. Okay. Amazing information today. Amazing logic so far. Amazing information. So definitely get ready, chat. We hit the bounty, so any minute we'll be coming up with another giveaway. If you want to help out any of your friends, share the link to the stream with your communities on your X, on Instagram. We're going to go ahead and do a giveaway any minute here. If you want to let your friends get a chance at it too, share it with your friends. Do want to go ahead and say thank you to MyFundedFutures. The amount of value that's being provided through the community, through the giveaways, is insane. I mean, we're doing giveaways every single segment, every single day of the week. Incredible amount of value that's being handed out every single day, let alone all the education, all the trades, all the hosts that get to come on here. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the community. Incredible amount of value here. I'll also take the moment to say thanks to chat as well. Getting to go over this information, getting to do these questions, every time you ask a question, every time you share an experience, that provides value for others. Getting to learn as a community, we get hundreds of different learning opportunities compared to if we did this on our own, right? If we were doing this on our own, we'd be limited to our own experiences. The fact that we can have this community, we can communicate about this business, we can talk about the trade, we could learn, we can share experiences. That allows other people to expedite their process. So thank you, chat, for participating. Thank you for all the questions and comments. We greatly appreciate it. Let's continue to keep getting 1% better every single week. So equilibrium has been completed here. So since we are in a consolidation profile, since we know that the best opportunity presents itself at the extreme of the range, this is very clear logic now for me, at least, that this is not the place to be doing business, right? In a consolidation profile, I want to be looking at the extremes of the range. So I'm not interested Now where price is currently located, because of that logic, this was the move here. So now would be another time to go back to being patient. Right? This is when you go back to the sidelines and wait until you can clearly identify probabilities again, until you can develop new logic. Okay, so back to the sidelines, back to being patient. See what happens next. What about you, chat? How are we doing today? Were we able to get green today? Are we red today or are we flat today? So throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you did not trade today. How's chat doing so far today? Starting off with some 1s. Very nice. Some 2s coming in. Couple more 1s. All right, so it looks pretty 50-50. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. Looks pretty 50-50. Still some more 1s, some more 2s. Couple 3s in there as well. Just know that flat is a position. If you are one of those 3s, it's more than okay to be patient. Be overly selective. Choose risk management. The name of the game is surviving. Oh, there it is, chat. Chat, 50 free resets using code NEXTROUND50. Who's going to get one? Very good job for hitting the bounty. There's the giveaway. Let's see who gets one of the giveaways. It's 50 free resets using code NEXTROUND50. A deal is a deal. Very good job for hitting the bounty. Since we hit the bounty, we're doing another giveaway currently. It is 50 free resets using code NEXTROUND50. Congratulations. Let's throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the codes. Another giveaway, more value being handed out every single day. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the codes. Archie got one. Ricardo got one. Rally Point got one. Jason got one. Pray for Wisdom got one. Dev Trades. Glenn got one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. MyFundedFutures consistently providing value every single segment, every single day. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to the winner. Thank you to MyFundedFutures once again. Just know that the day is not over. We got some phenomenal hosts coming up next. Tom has been doing a phenomenal job providing value every single segment. Same thing with Matt. I've been highly enjoying their segments, so definitely stick around for their segments as well. They are coming up next. Got another 19 minutes for my segment, so if you want to go over any type of information, any type of questions, feel free to throw it in chat. The value we get here far exceeds the giveaways. Thanks to you and MyFundedFutures. Yeah, I really do have to say thank you to Matt. Thank you to Tom. Thank you to Barbie. Thank you to Terry. Thank you to Nick. The amount of information that we go over every single day, the trades that we talk about, the logic that we're using, the systems that we're presenting, it's really, really beneficial. We're providing value every single chance we can get. So thank you to all those individuals that share their time with us and share their information with us. So if you get any value from it, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, continue to keep showing up because we are going to be getting 1% better every single day. See what happens here. Let's take a look at price. We just swept the extreme low. So let me go over to NQ. And we're seeing some bullish SMT here. So are we going to get another extreme back to equilibrium? Right? Is this now the extreme of the range? Let's take a look at this. right? Here's the range high because we've swept out the high over here, so we have a new high. Let's see if these lows that just have been taken out is the extreme of the range. Let's see if that's the low of the range, right? This being the extreme and a move back to equilibrium from here, right? So equilibrium. I mean, there's no way that the logic plays out 3 times in a row. We got the first move at New York Open where the lows were swept and we moved back to the equilibrium. Then we got the high swept and we moved back to equilibrium. So 2 times it worked out perfectly already. Let's see if it works out again here. There's just no way it goes 3 for 3. That's just asking for too much. That's asking for too much. So we'll see. Let's see. What I would want to see if it did want to do it was a candle closure back inside the range, right? So currently I would be waiting here. Let's wait to see what type of candle closure we get. But there is potential for bullish SMT, right? NQ did not sweep this low yet. This is the 930 low here. So there is potential for bullish SMT here. Just be patient. Wait. Let price confirm an idea. Right? Look for confirmations. Right? So for example, if this current candle that's being formed closed back inside the range, leaving a nice buyer's wick, that is something that would make me look for the move back to equilibrium. But looks like we got another. We did not get the candle closure here. So it does not look ready to even think about this idea here. Right? Let price confirm the idea. Right? An idea is not enough. We need to put confirmations with it as well. So not looking for the move back to equilibrium yet. We'll wait to see. What would invalidate the idea would be if NQ took out that low, right? Taking out the potential for the SMT. If they keep that SMT, then the idea of moving back to equilibrium is still alive. If they do not keep the SMT, then it's invalidated. So we'll wait and see. We'll see if we get the move from the extreme back to equilibrium. So I got another 15 minutes during my segment. If you want to go over any questions or any information, I'm going to head over to chat. I wanted to focus on the giveaway. I wanted to focus on the information, but now I'm going to focus on chat. So if I missed your question, if I missed your information, please just throw it back in chat. I'll spend the last 14 minutes of my segment going through chat this time. Ash, what should I do when I am at my winning streak? You should slow down and realize profits. If you're currently on a winning streak, withdraw the profits and realize the profits. It is not real until it's in your bank account. If you're currently on a winning streak and you're nicely green, withdraw the money and realize the hard work. That's what I would do. If you strictly traded the 1 minute, how would you handle the 4-hour bias being different than the daily bias? I would not compare the 2 time frames. I would not compare the 4-hour to the daily. I would only use 1 time frame. You're falling into information overload if you're comparing time frames. That's information that I don't even analyze. I don't compare the daily to the 4-hour. So just cut that piece of the process out. How do you identify the end of the trend? That's a very good question. Let's hop out to the daily chart because I want everybody to know when I would change my bias, right? So something that would make the trend look like it's ending is if price completely invalidated this bearish FVG, right? If we're bullish, we should find support from this imbalance here. Anywhere in that imbalance, whether we go in and test it and hang around, and then we go higher, that's fine. It doesn't matter how it happens. It's, once again, the logic, right? If we're bullish, I would want to see continuation from there. So something that would make it look like the trend is ending is if we had a huge bearish candle that went and closed down here, right? So let's try to even just draw it out. Like maybe that'll help the analysis here. So here's the FVG. If we had a huge bearish candle that went like this, it's the background, right? I need the background to, there we go. All right. If we had a huge bearish candle like this, close below the FVG, invalidating this FVG, then I would look to see if that becomes an area of resistance. Then I would look like this. So that's what would make it look like the trend is ending. Something that is bullish, completely and decisively failing, right? Notice how this is a large down close, decisively closed down here. We didn't close up here. We closed down here, decisively invalidating the FVG. Then that would look like the trend is ending, and I would consider maybe a move lower. Until then, I'm not considering that, right? Price would have to confirm that first before I ever consider that. Very good question. Very good question. Question from chat. What was the name of the indicator you used to show the session highs and lows? There's hundreds of different indicators out there to show the different sessions. This one's called ICT, kill zones, and pivots. There's no specific reason why I'm using this indicator. I just needed the session. So it really doesn't matter what indicator you use. You could just come in here and type in sessions, trading sessions, right? You can use any of these. You just need something that shows the different sessions, right? So when you come into here, you turn this on, and now I can see Asia open, right? So Asia opens here, closes here, and then it also provides the low and high of the session. So I know where, you know, the high of London is, the high of Asia, the low of Asia, and so on. So here it is here if you want to use that. Along with the other one, AGFX watermark, that's what this is right here. So if you want to see if you want to see some writing on your chart, if you want to see the time frame and the date, that's what that one is. So those are the only two things that I have on here. As you can see, I just look at price action. I'm more concerned with price action over any indicator. So we'll see if we get bought back into the range here. It looks like it's trying to get back inside the range. Let's put equilibrium back on there so we understand what it's targeting. Thanks, Ash. How do you identify a failed SMT? Well, a failed SMT. All right. So, for example, take a look at this right here. Right, the 930 candle low and the 1115 candle low. NQ is the correlated asset, and we need to be analyzing the same 2 points in time. So the 930 candle low and the 1115 candle low. This is presenting bullish SMT because NQ did not go below this low. If NQ did go below this low, that's invalidated SMT. Right? That means that Kraken correlation that I'm pointing to right now is incorrect. If NQ went from here and went below the low, the same low that ES went below, then this bullish SMT is incorrect. That's how I would know it's invalidated. Very good question. That's how you understand invalidation to SMT. All right, so far, The SMT is still holding. So we'll see if price moves back to equilibrium because of the idea of a consolidation profile. Do you focus on daily and session high and low sweeps versus internal sweeps? What I focus on are swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. So whether it's a session swing high, whether it's a daily swing high, the main focus are swing points, right? Swing highs and swing lows. So it's not exactly session it's not session high and lows, right? Because if it's not a swing point, then I don't care. It needs to be a swing high or a swing low. Might be green if I get a piano lesson from Matt. I told you, we got to get the... What was the bounty? Somebody farmed that clip. Well, I can't remember what it was. I don't even... It might have been like last week. Maybe the week before. We said we needed to get to a certain amount of subs on the channel for me to do a piano stream. Which, let me tell you, I've literally never played a piano before. So that'll be a funny stream. But you got to fail forward. That's how you learn. That's how you learn. You show up, you fail, you learn from it. So only way I get better at piano is by getting in there and playing the piano. Was it 20K? I don't know. It's moving pretty quick. We might need to raise that bar. 20K is right around the corner. I don't think it was 18K because I think we were already at 18K. It might have been 20K though. I'm gonna have to like order an entire piano and everything. I mean, where do you get pianos from? So, any other questions? Any other comments? Got another 5 minutes during my segment, and then Tom will be showing up. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Definitely stick around for Matt's segment. Such an insane amount of value that they provide every single week. So definitely stick around. They will be coming up next. Do you trade news like FOMC? No, there are certain days where I have built-in breaks. I think it's very important to still focus on your health, still focus on your family. Make sure you don't miss out on other aspects of life. Okay, so built-in breaks for me are Wednesday to Friday of non-farm payroll week, CPI, FOMC, and bank holidays. Those are days that I like to avoid. Okay, so very good question. So, any last questions? Any last comments? Got another 4 minutes during my segment until we hand the mic over to Tom. Another day, another learning opportunity. Very excited to continue to keep gaining conviction in our business. Conviction is built through experience. So let's keep showing up. Let's keep getting 1% better than our prior selves. And notice I'm saying prior selves. So the thing that I'll leave you all with today is comparison is the thief of joy, okay? Don't fall into any type of intrusive thoughts or negative emotions trying to compare yourself to somebody else. This business is you versus you, okay? You are the owner of your own business, so you own your results. You own your work. Focus on implementing your process to the best of your abilities. Everything outside of that is just noise, okay? collect the data, prove to yourself that you can build this skill. When you've collected enough data, proving that you have the muscle memory, that's when you go in, get a MyFundedFutures account, get one of those pro accounts, run that 100K cap, okay? Get moved to a live account, get 100% on your live account. That's when we start to find consistency. When we have built the skill, we have discipline, we have the muscle memory, we understand the logic that we're using, and you obtain that through collecting the data. So keep showing up, fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Okay? Alrighty. Thank you, chat. Once again, it's really quite valuable to be around other like-minded professionals. The fact that we get to share our experiences every single day. Today was another phenomenal day with you all. I want to say thank you to you. I appreciate all of the questions. I appreciate all of the comments. What a great conversation we had during my segment. But that is the end of my segment. So thank you once again for another segment. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up onto the stage, and I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you all have a nice day.
Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Okay, we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you guys. It's so good to be back. And again, Ash, thank you for all the value and all the information. I just tuned in for the last few minutes, but man, such a positive vibes here on MyFunded TV. Good to be back. Good to see you guys. So how's everybody doing? Special hello and welcome to the hosts and the mods of MyFunded TV. Oh, yes. The markets are doing something. I'm not saying, yeah, we're going to go through the technicals, but the market's finally doing something better than last week, in my personal perspective. Anyways, you heard that? You guys heard that? Anyway, I do like that song sometimes. It's good to listen, you know. So let's just focus on the charts right now and the market. How is everybody doing? Hope everybody's full porting today. All right. No, please don't do it. All right. No full porting. Have to be very careful. FOMC day, obviously. But, it's so crazy that, on these days, sometimes the market is actually working better. And I'm gonna go into a little bit more of this. It's working better than on other days when, we always say, like, don't trade on FOMC day, not even the London session, not even the AM session. So don't trade on these days. And still, in my personal opinion, I think the market somewhat did the job. Okay, but we're gonna do some tape reading. I think it's important. Oh, let's go for another bounty. Chat, you guys need a dose, right? Of course you guys need a dose. Of course. Let's set up something. All right. Before we hop into anything, we're going to go through some tape reading here because, as I said, in my opinion, this wasn't that bad or slow as we had some of those days last week. Okay. And let's just go back to the London session, and we're going to go into gold as well a little bit. I like to cover gold too. Everyone's saying 500, 600 viewers. We can make it up to six, even 700, I think. 600 easy. Everybody calls the neighbor. Okay, or your high school friends. See it. Oh, I forgot. How many viewers? We have on my end, I'm seeing only 500. I don't know. Oh, said it. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna say 750. 750 easy. Maybe I'm gonna be a little bit lenient if we go above 700. All right. Okay. I make it easy. 750. That's a deal. All right. Let's do that. Let's do it. I think it's quite possible. Okay. Everybody calls the neighbor, high school friends, teachers, ex-girlfriends, boyfriends, everybody. Super simple. Just send them the link. Okay. It's super easy. All right. Let's dive into tape reading, shall we? Of course we shall. Okay. What happened in London? What really happened in London? And then we're gonna go over the emotional hurdles everybody's having. Not everybody. For those of you who are having some drawdown or struggle, don't worry. It's this hour we're gonna share the pain. No, but in a positive way. All right. So let's dive into the London recap super quick. What really happened here? There was a 15-minute supply zone here in London, nothing else. And before we dive further, there was a supply zone up there, and there was a 5-minute demand zone on the downside. That's how we started the day out. And this is just the 5-minute chart here. The market, right after the London kill zone started, actually shifted down. I thought that, okay, we might be going for that 5-minute zone down there, but I was still hesitating. I was still waiting. I didn't know what to do. And so finally, and I went down. Actually, sorry, I have to go back to the 15-minute. I went to the 15-minute and I saw this level here. 15-minute supply zone right here. I'm actually foreporting. Okay, Neo. Well, it's your decision, obviously. It's your decision. So there was a 15-minute supply zone here, which actually pushed price down here, shifted the market. But as soon as it did that, and we were still before the 3 a.m. London Open, I was just watching this on the 1 minute. And so the 1 minute got kind of sloppy here and slowly getting back up there. So I immediately had this 5-minute CB here as an inversion gap. So, and from that moment, we were just watching how price was actually taking that zone again. But that was all. That's not what I was actually wanted to go with. But the fact that the demand zone down there was exactly at 463, and the final push that happened still before 5 a.m. Eastern Standard happened right down there, and the low of this candle was 463 to the tick here. So not just took out Asia low, but perfectly bounced off from that 5-minute zone there. I think it's definitely not random. So this here, that point right there is very, very significant for later. Okay. Obviously, the day went by and we had the news. I think somewhat positive news, by the way. I didn't really understand what was the hesitation here. So the 8:30 news were somewhat positive in my understanding. Anyway, the market went down eventually, destroyed that 5-minute zone, and only one thing that's left, and that's the 15-minute CB up there at 542. So that's what I was watching, and I'm still watching that level. We took a long position live on stream on my channel. I closed it earlier, but anyway, the trade was absolutely valid. I exited earlier. I think I made the right choice because, as usual, there was some early profit taking and the market just, shifted to the downside. I'm still thinking that this level up there, that 542 is definitely an interesting area. So I'm not saying that's the draw on liquidity currently, but I would kind of like to see a shift. Now, the shift that I'm looking for is this level. So that would be the structure shift. So again, right above, somewhere above 505 ish area. Because if we go out to the 15-minute chart again, there's no other fair value gap as this close, like this. So we have an unbalanced price range at 583. We have a 15-minute gap here. And also, if we go to the 1-hour chart, that's the closest fair value gap there. So I'm assuming and I'm anticipating that we have a good chance to slowly, maybe not now, maybe not in the launch hour, but to slowly progress higher as technically a draw on liquidity level there. Okay, I don't see anything else. If this would start to sell off, obviously Papa Powell can say anything he wants, and it just happens. He walks out to the stage, says good morning, and the market just crashes. But anyways, this level, I feel that somehow that 542 should be getting caught today. In a short few sentences, I wanted to say that I think the market just wants to catch up with that level. We'll see what the PM session will brings us. Okay, obviously, because there's going to be a press conference again today. At times like this, I would focus on the press conference. The statement can actually be very interesting too. I don't even know what they're expecting, but the heavy questions and the heavy answer, I think Powell is going to try to avoid again the heavy answers there. But the questions are going to be pretty much about rate cuts, inflation, and all that such that everybody is interested in. So the press conference is going to be the real fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. I love that song. I heard that today, and that's what I'm singing all day long. I don't care. I like it. It's such a cool. It's cool music. I like it. So that's the only single level that I'm interested for the rest of the day, maybe even before Powell starts to walk out to the stage. So let's see how it goes. So how is everybody doing? What's up with those viewers? Come on, everybody. Call your neighbors. Call your friends. Tune on to MyFundedFutures TV. Sorry, MyFunded TV. Let's go. Hey, Novov, how's it going? So how was the day? Any profits? Any losses? Nobody lost today, right? That's cool. Today I'm technically green on all my funded accounts, and a small green everywhere, but also slow progress on the evaluations as well. Green, let's go. Pass your account. Congratulations, Nikolai. At the top short of session. Nice. Sent to all-time high. Heartbroken. Oh, no. No. Millionaire. One starter account is lost. Well, it's part of the game. That's what they say. We need more viewers, Ryan. We need more viewers because we might gonna have some codes. I think. I don't know. I'm sorry I said that. I don't know if we're gonna have something. That's we're the best. I always say stick around, Anyway, one more technical side of this. As I said, I'm still watching this 505 level. If there's gonna be a displacement, I might reconsider maybe just on one account to jump into a trade. There's still some time, but probabilities are definitely low. On the downside, I think everything has been taken pretty much, and not much left here. This 505 is the short-term target, could be at least. Yeah, somewhere around 700, 750-ish area in terms of viewers. Come on, we can do that. We can definitely do that. All right. Yeah, exactly. So by the way, I wanted to talk about two things today. And because we need to continue of what we started yesterday and last week. We need to progress in the mental game with the psychology and all that such. Obviously, if you guys anytime would like to question or have questions about technicals or market analysis, about gold, sorry. Quick look at gold. I wanted to show you this. Nothing special. We took a short on gold as well on my stream. We went down to a 1 hour sell side liquidity at 33.43. So my TP has been hit. If you look to the left, again, another proof that the zones are getting destroyed. This here, and this is the hourly chart on gold. Bearish candles were pushing down, picked up liquidity here. It's not too much liquidity, but actually it swept some orders. And then pushing higher, shifted the structure. Not a perfect shift. I know it's absolutely not perfect, but it's valid. So that has created a nice swing low, a nice sell side liquidity at 43.3. We also have a fair value gap below that. I don't even know if we took that level now. That's at 42.7. Okay, that has been taken too. And so we took a short position on gold earlier. Actually, was it on the it was on the 3 or the 5 minute? I think on the 5 or the 3 minute chart. I didn't even know, but we took it from here and it was perfectly going down this way. If you look at this again, what do you see here? And this is only the 5 minute. This is just another proof. When you have the target, when you have your entry model, you just have to put these things together, and there you have your conviction, you have your trade setup, you have your pattern that you're looking for. In my opinion, in my perspective, as I always say, here was the liquidity sweep. And actually, maybe it was on the 1 minute. Sorry. Yeah, there was a liquidity sweep multiple times there. And then price started to go slowly down there. Shifting structure here and here multiple times, and also created a fair value gap down here. So somewhere around this area was the reason why I actually entered the trade. And my stop was, I think, somewhere around, so I entered somewhere here. My stop was somewhere around there. So this was a very nice trade. Actually, I took a wider stop because I wanted to go for the 1 to 2 risk reward. And it was a very, very good position. Again, liquidity sweep, structure shift, fair value gap, not the perfect displacement, I know that, but we had the area that we were looking for, and we had the nice target down there on gold. Boom. So you can use it as a continuation as well, in my understanding. So at least that's how I used to do it. Let's go back to NQ. It was just a little detour on gold. Side quest, as I also say nowadays, like I take gold as a side quest. Come on, what's up with the viewers? We need more. And also push to like. Let's show YouTube algorithm that we have the best show here. Hey Dan, do we have some skin game? No positions right now. I just had a TP right before I came up to MyFunded TV on gold. Currently, I have no position. The only thing I would be looking at is maybe as I said, if we would have a nice displacement above this 505 level, that would be awesome. I would jump into a trade for sure. I would jump into a long position. I like the level. I do like that 15 minutes to be up there. I just don't have enough confirmation yet. Volume is low. Maybe because we're going into the lunch hour. It's just not enough for me to jump in yet. It's just not enough yet. uh, maybe I set the limit too high for 700. Gustavo, welcome. Anyway, I wanted to say that we need to continue what we started yesterday and last week, right? And that was basically about the bad habits, PNL, emotions, stuff like that. So most traders don't even realize, but they are trading their profit and loss curve, like PNL curve, not their setup. And so I always say, like, ask yourself, would you still take that trade if you couldn't see the money right away? Like, forget if there is any money involved. I mean, not any money, but if you don't see the money on your account, if you don't see, like, you only see tick value, or you actually totally, let's just put the money out of the equation. And let's just assume that we are focusing on the right setup, because that's the goal, right? Not the money, but the setup. Money is a side product. Money is just a side product of trading. Okay? That's it. It comes automatically. So would you still take that trade if you couldn't see the money, or you would be completely detached from the money part of the trade? Now, that's very important. And let's just go into this and talk about this, because that helps you to rewire some things in our brain. Okay? So I think too many traders are actually focusing on the profit and loss. So they're pretty much dependent on the PNL. Oh, okay. How did we do today? Oh, I lost $200, $500, $2,000, whatever. Oh, I need to make it back today because I just need to make this. That's the first issue. Like, we already losing before we even got into the session or to the charts, because we're focusing on the money, right? Now, this is what we need to rethink. Okay, super important. Super, super important. Now, in terms of this, I mean, because of this, they watch every tick on their equity curve. Like, even if they lose like a few dollars because they're scared themselves out of a trade and just closed it with a small loss, or like they're watching every small red or green number, and even the small green and red numbers are affecting the decision-making process. If you're always constantly watching your balance or your equity curve, I mean, yeah, that's a normal thing that we look at it. Yeah, like, obviously we can take a look at it, but if you're constantly watching that and you're just focusing, like, how much time do you have to make that extra $200 or $300 or $500 or $1,000, you know where it takes us, right? Or they take trades to make the number bigger. Like, oh my God, I'm only at $15 today, or $100. I need to make at least $300 today, or $400. And it's already wrong, because you're at that point, you're not even going to focus on the setup anymore. Your brain is already built up with bad habits. I told you yesterday why it's important. If you're experienced, that's all right. But why it's important to absolutely get rid of these habits, even on your evaluation account, if you're new. Okay? Use your evaluation account to get rid of those bad habits. Super important. So, PTA Tom, I'm Tom in my head. Oh, of course. So, the goal is to get rid of those habits, but obviously, the problem is, especially when the market is not behaving like you would like it to go, like it's not really that good of day like we had yesterday or last week, whatever, and you're anticipating something that the market is just not doing, you're already focusing on small numbers. Like, you're just watching your balance. Even $5, $1, even exiting a trade on break even is not going to satisfy you. You already messed up your mindset for the day, right? Your mindset is already checked out from the session, because 1 hour has passed since 9:30 market open, for example. Oh my God, it's already 10:30 and I'm still only at $15. Very bad. Okay. Very, very bad. Have to get rid of that. When your decisions are based on money, you're no longer following your plan. Okay. You're trading emotions. Okay. And why this is so dangerous? Because it's super dangerous. I'm going to go long if yeah, exactly. I'm going to go long if there is a displacement. That's for sure. Yeah. So why is this so dangerous? This actually, if you're focusing on the profits and the losses, I have a few bullet points here of what you are doing, because these are actually built in us because we're all human, and these are bad reflexes, bad muscle memory. So what we're doing, you cut your winners early because you don't want to lose open profit. Okay, maybe you're already swimming in like, or you have like $50 profit for the day or $200, but then you're starting to focus too much on that money, on that profit. Okay, you're cutting your winners, maybe even with just $20 of profit, $50. Maybe your TP was another $200, but you're cutting it early. So that's one reflex right there, one bad muscle. Or you let losers to run because you hope it will get back to break even. Now, that was one of my biggest struggles through my trading journey, even sometimes nowadays. Sometimes, especially when I'm scalping, it's a very bad habit. I'm still fighting against it. I let my losers a little bit more loose. So my risk to reward ratio is definitely not good when I'm scalping, because sometimes, even just for a short time, I tend to hope like, but it will go back. It should go back, And that's a very thin ice, very dangerous area, like hope in trading. That is very bad. If I haven't used the 50% discount, is there a way to I think you can still use it until tomorrow evening, if I understand correctly. I think the promo is still on. So, yeah, you can, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think you can. By the way, I'm starting to like this area here. Oh, man. Should I go with this trade or not? I think I closed out my quant hour. Anyway, I'm going to restart it. My quant hour got closed. The FOMO time, exactly the FOMO. No, it's no FOMO here because there was no proper entry yet. I'm sorry, I have to stop with the topic for a second here because there might be a possible entry developing here shortly. The problem is I forgot that I closed out the quant hour earlier. So I do have to restart everything. Yeah. So that means right now, this would be the earliest entry. Actually, if I put a FIB tool here, that's still a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. It's not bad. 3 micros. Can I do this? I think I can. Maybe. Why not? It's still not going down. I'm still going to keep that level. Limit entry would be at 516.75. I like this, but I'm not going to chase it. I'm only going to take this if it goes back to my limit order. I was focusing too much on this 15-minute CB that if I have one proper opportunity for this, I'm just going to take it. But I think the market just doesn't want me to take this. The risk to reward ratio is now absolutely bad. It's just not good. Not paper trading. I'm going to take this on a funded account. I'm going to take this on a funded. Of course, a MyFundedFutures funded account. Okay, 3 micros is going to be 3 micros. Limits order at 517. All right. Buy limit set to 519 for now. I don't think it's going to go back down. I don't think. But we'll see. Just an idea here. No full porting. No. How far are we from the 15-minute gap? Ah, no. Yeah. I think it's not going to work out. It's not going to go back. That's the issue. Yeah. As much as I would like to jump in here, there's no setup. Absolutely. And if I put my limit order here, even if I use a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio could still work out at 524. What's the low of this candle? Low of this candle is 25. Let's see. All right. I put a buy limit at 525. It's still a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. If it would go lower than that, obviously I'm not interested in the trade anymore. 525 is my limit entry there. All right. This one. And we'll see how it goes. But it's not going down, man. It's not taking my entry. Just come on, just feel me in that position. The desk is rising. I know. What's up with the come on. We need more viewers. I'm only entering with 5 micros here. You know. Why should I risk more? It's just for the stream. For this, no, not this. I would consider this still valid. You know, this would be still valid in my terms. Let's see. Did I get the fill? Yeah, I get the fill. All right. So stop loss is 508-ish area. Yeah, I like that. And TP would be 41.50-ish area. I don't mind the drawdown. That's fine. All right. I'm in the trade. Let's see what happens. That's it. All right. Until then, we continue with the topics. Very small risk. No problem with that. If it goes lower, it's fine. But obviously, I don't want it to go that much to the downside. No plan B. No. No plan B on this one. Absolutely no plan B. So let's get back with the previous topic, okay? So cutting those winners early. Also, letting your losses run because of hope. We did that so many times. Everybody did that. As ICT also says, like you're just standing there as a deer in the headlight, just watching your trade take all your loss limit, all your safety net and everything. Obviously, just in the hope that you're going to end up with the trade at break even. And I did that so many times. So you force trades just to change a red day to a green day. Okay, so your edge gets destroyed because you're reacting to numbers, not to the market. Now, yeah, I could hit the stop loss here. I don't mind. I'm still going to be perfectly fine for the day. I'm emotionally detached from this. Absolutely. At the end of the day, I would be still very curious how that 542 level played out. So no issue with that. Obviously, I was hoping for a faster run here. So, yeah. But there are some practices that you can do. So, I know it sounds maybe super simple, but hide your account balance. Really? I mean that. Sometimes you can do that. Just hide your account balance. Don't look at it. Okay. Use small size. Forget about the numbers. I mean, the profit numbers. I mean, it definitely helps you. Or set a clear stop or loss targets in advance. Okay. Like your risk management has to be already predetermined, as we said yesterday. Like, how much is going to be my loss in dollar amount per trade? You can have an exact, precise plan before the start of the session. Like, okay, I'm ready to go with 2 trades. I'm ready to risk maximum $200 per trade, and that is it. And when you make the decision before even sitting down to trade, it's absolutely not going to bother you that much, even if you lose those 2 trades in a row. Okay. Obviously, you need to track your performance. We talked about journaling, right? And by the way, not in a dollar amount, but risk to reward units. Oh, I wanted to talk about this last time, by the way. When you're journaling, and that's just a small add-on to journaling, when you're looking back, don't just track your profit and loss dollar-wise, but track your risk-reward units as well. Like, for example, I've taken 1 negative R trade here, so 1 negative trade here. I've taken a 1.5 R trade later on. That's fine. Now you're in plus 0.5 R for the day. It makes a complete difference in your brain when you start, thinking like this, especially when you're journaling. You're not going to talk like in dollar amounts, but in risk reward ratios, like how you did today. And you can say that, okay, I made 2R today, 2 reward. I'm in plus 2R, plus 3R. ICT mastery. Hello, welcome. Yeah, or in handles, of course. Yes, that's also good. Yeah, thanks for that's also good. So if you detach yourself from the dollar amount, it's so much easier to look at your trading business. I'm saying business intentionally, deliberately. Yes, of course, we need to know the profit and the loss in dollars. Yeah, I know that. But if throughout the session, while you're looking for your entry model, you're thinking of risk reward ratios, because you already know how much you're risking and you're just applying everything by your plan, it makes it much easier to accept the risk, by the way. And at the end of the day, it feels so much different when you say, like, okay, today I made 1.2 R. Or sorry, 1.55 R or whatever. So if you decided that you're going to risk $200 on 1 R, you just made like $300 at the end of the day. You will know. Rolex, I don't know what's going to happen on this one. I'm still like pretty much convinced, even if I got hit on this trade with the loss, I think that 542 should be a hit later. I mean, that's what I would like to see. Share the stream. Exactly. Yeah. So if you're trading to make your P&L feel better, you're not trading your edge. You're trading your emotions. And that's what we need to avoid. All right. That is why it's super important. Right? Even when you're passing a challenge account, evaluation account. Back in the days when I was trading CFD prop firms, we were calling this challenge accounts. Anyway, so passing a challenge, evaluation account is exciting, I know, but that doesn't mean that you're a pro. Obviously, that's why it's a great opportunity and a great field to train yourself regards to like risk to reward ratios and to detach yourself from the dollar amount, right? So there's a huge difference, and we talked about this yesterday, between traders who just pass the evaluation accounts or traders who actually collect the payouts month after month. They are not necessarily thinking with the same like dollar amount, like profit and loss wise. Obviously, there's more to it, but evaluation traders, because I usually I say this, like there are some traders who are still spending much more time on evaluation accounts, and I would say evaluation account traders are focused on the target, which is fine because there's a target you need to achieve, and it's part of the game. It's part of the prop firm game. But and that's why I'm kind of separating the two, because evaluation traders are focused on the target, but those traders who are on the funded accounts, I call them payout traders, are focused on the process. If you're already having experience regarding payouts, like you got some payouts already, or maybe even more or multiple payouts, that's awesome. You're already not focusing that much on the evaluation accounts. At least that's what happened to me. So when I got more and more funded accounts and I got more and more payouts, and thank God I'm taking payouts every month, and I'm very grateful. My brain is not even focused on the evaluation accounts anymore. I'm pretty much focusing on the process. I'm already focusing on how I'm going to manage the risk, like multi-account wise. Like I know I have an account that I will be a little bit more aggressive. I know I have an account that I will be taking trades much more slower, but again, that's a process. That's a totally different risk management process. And that's why I'm saying, if you're still at the beginning of your journey, it's normal to focus on the target. Like evaluation process, the traders often go into hit the goal fast mode. That's what I say. Like full porting, yeah, we all did that. They size up, overtrade, force setups just to get the target. And in a certain way, that's understandable. We all want to get the funded account, but there's a big difference. The funded traders are obviously risk consistent. They skip the low quality trades or low quality setups or low quality market conditions, right? Or even if they trade at low quality market conditions, they definitely size down. They preserve the capital above all else, I must say. And that's the big difference. Totally different mindset on evaluations and funded accounts, especially, again, if you're already taking payouts. One pays you a certificate. So one is going to pay you a certificate and the other pays to your bank account, right? It's nice to have certificates that you passed an account. That's awesome, especially those accounts that you passed, the first time and you're just on the beginning of your journey. That's awesome. Save those. That's a good memory. But everything is, oh my gosh, we hit the bounty. What happened? I look away and this is what happens. Was there something? I was too much carried away with the storytelling. We technically hit it, right? All right. I'm not the judge of this one. I'm not on the technical stuff on YouTube. But anyway. So as I said, two different stories, right? Discipline over aggression. Okay. Evaluation traders will gamble to pass because there's no real downside of it. Obviously, the only downside of losing the price of the evaluation account or the reset fee. But that's all. And that's also a mind trap, right? That's also like, basically lying to yourself, because again, we're circling back to yesterday's topic. You're just losing a lot more than your evaluation account. You're losing your confidence And that's your biggest asset in trading. Losing your confidence. You're not just losing your confidence on a funded account, but also on evaluation accounts. Same thing in that manner. Like, you're not following the plan. Even if you're trading to get that target, the biggest cost that you're going to lose, I mean, that's going to go against you, is your confidence, your conviction in your trading model. Okay. And so payout traders respect their drawdown, even if it means taking fewer trades, or even if it means that you have to walk away with some losses for the day. Payout traders, funded traders, aka funded traders, especially those who are taking multiple payouts already, it's going to become a habit, by the way. That's the good news for those of you who are getting to those funded accounts and getting the funded accounts. It's kind of a good news. The good news is that once you're on the funded account, you start to follow the rules. You start to preserve that capital. The good news is that it becomes a habit. It becomes a muscle reflex, and everything's going to be better. Pros. Yeah, I know. By the way, how does the trade look like? How does it look like? I don't even know. It does look okay. Anyway, let's follow this and we'll see how it goes, right? Let's just follow this trade. Perfectly fine by me. Yeah. If you have questions about this, let me know. Let me know. I'll be happy to share information. All right. All right. So the key difference is basically to protect their account. They're protecting their account like it's real money, because it technically is. I know it's just numbers on the screen, but we talked also about this, like, you need to treat your funded account as if it was real capital. It's going to help you. Like, yes, there is an opposite way to do this. I know. I heard that saying from other people on social media with big following, saying that no problem, you can, because we're all in the prop firm business and we're in the prop firm game, so you got to know your numbers and just how much it takes for you to build up the next funded account. But if you're really thinking in long term, because that's what we all want, like we want to think in long term, then obviously if you're shifting your mindset to think that your funded account is basically like quote unquote real money, but it's obviously, we know that it's simulated. But if you're shifting your mindset to think about that it's actually real money, it's going to help you respect it even more, especially if you're applying the proper risk management. This is only my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me. But, whoa, look at that. We hit the W there. Nice. So we actually, finally, I get one trade in my session. Whew. After all these weeks, I get one trade in my session. All right, this was good. So, drop the bounty for the TP. It's time. Okay. I don't understand. Scale accounts. Okay, scale accounts. I like the scale accounts. No, yeah, I like it. Hit it. Seems like it's going to be accounts, right? I haven't seen the poll. Okay. Took it from the 20s. Nice. Let's go. So now that we took out the only area that was somewhat reasonable in this AM session, or yeah, we're on the lunch hour already. I think there's nothing else to do here. I mean, obviously, besides talking about these key points, we have to wait for the PM session, and that's why you got to 20 free 50K scale accounts. Ready for, oh my God, we have it. Everybody act super fast. Come on. You gotta be fast on this one. Come on. Whew. 20, 23, 50K scale accounts. How awesome is that? Congratulations. Congratulations. You got to act fast when there's 20 only. Man, congratulations to the winners. So just to finish up that previous thought process, I just want to say that, sustainable mindset. Evaluation equals short-term pressure. Okay, we all know that. It's basically focused on the target. But funded traders focus on staying funded, consistent monthly returns, scaling slowly. Okay. By the way, I did see on Twitter that Ash is way over 12K on his live account now. He was asking if he should take the money or not. I actually replied to him to take the money, at least 50 or 60%. That's nice job, Ash. That's a really good job. I like that thing. I like that focus, that discipline. That's true discipline there. So if you're really thinking in long term of trading, then definitely the key is to protect your accounts. Yeah, definitely withdraw some money. That's what I would say. That's what I always say. If you can withdraw some money, just take it. 20 people claimed it. Nice. On the screen. Everybody who's watching the screen. Yeah, now it actually dropped in the chat. It got dropped in the chat. The bots, there's no bots here. No bots. Don't worry. There's going to be another one. What was the trade idea? Thank you for the question. The trade idea, the only fair value gap that's left in between the 5-minute and the 1 hour chart is this here. That was the first thing. Not even a zone that's left. Everything has been destroyed so far. Not just today, but yesterday. Everything has been taken out. The only level that's left is a 15-minute fair value gap. Sorry, not, yeah. Sorry, let me go to the... So this 15-minute fair value gap, which is also a 1 hour fair value gap here from yesterday. And that was AM session, New York AM session. That was the only thing, let me get this off, that's left. So we had the target, okay? And then, as we talked about it earlier in the session, market swept the lows, destroyed the zones here. Everything has been taken. And so far, on this previous run, before 11 a.m., it didn't quite go up there. I felt like that there could be some early profit taking, so there was. And actually, I don't know what was the original idea if we go down to the 1 minute chart of this one. Until this point, when it went down to like 520 something, I would say it could be just early profit taking. And then it went lower for some liquidity sweep. There was a fair value gap here on the 1 minute, took those orders as well. Maybe even down here. Maybe they just wanted to squeeze all the long positions. Obviously, everybody was focusing on that 542, I think. I think the market was pretty much focusing on that level. So the longs were trapped here a lot, especially those ones who were oversizing with scalping. Everybody got squeezed. So I was just watching for a possible market structure shift. It happened here. Well, not exactly there, but it continued higher. So when I saw this strong push, this was the area here when it was clear to me that something is cooking. When I saw these strong candles, bullish candles pushing higher. So all I did is basically I was just waiting. It was an aggressive entry, I know. I was just waiting for a pullback into this fair value gap here. That was the first fair value gap on the pullback right there. The risk to reward ratio was still at 1, so it wasn't the biggest risk to reward ratio trade. I took the trade because of this. I was still focusing on that 15-minute CB up there because it was not taken on the mini as well. So it was still there. And so I entered a little bit, I should say, aggressively. I usually don't like to take these trades, but I was so much focused, should I say, married to the idea that it should be destroying that 15-minute CB, that I just aggressively entered, and that's why I took the trade. That's it. Long story short, that's why I took it. And now that it has taken this area, I really don't see anything that is interesting to me here. Nothing. I think it should be breaking the high of this. Most likely, well, at least repricing the high. The midpoint rejected so far price, so we'll see. Let me know if you have questions about the setup, about risk management. Verbon, hello. Folks, hello. What's happening? Yeah, if you have questions regards of trading, risk management, or singing Katy Perry, I'm down for it. Let me know. Seer, Raj, Jonathan, good to see you. Hey, Mitz. What's happening? So that's why, I mean, again, sometimes maybe you feel like these topics could be a little bit like super simple, but not that simple. These are heavy topics that we're talking about. The reason why we're doing this is that this is the perfect time to rewire our brain. The process and the learning process is also something that is repeatable, and we have to keep on track and remind ourselves of what we need to achieve and accomplish every single day. All right? Hey, Raj. Oh, I said hey to you. Andreas, hello. Trading Hack, good to see you. DJ, you're welcome. Obviously, Ricardo, that's not even a question. My favorite car on the world is, by the way, is the BMW Z8. If I would get to choose only one car in the whole entire world, that would be the BMW Z8. I don't care. I don't care. I think Z8 is just basically a masterpiece. That's an art. That's not even a car. That's art. All right. No taste. Come on. Why the Z8? Oh well. It's a long. My segment is not long. Even if I would start my segment now, that would not be long enough to explain why. If you well, I'm still driving an old BMW, Alexander. But if you go to my channel, there's a short video there about my car. Have you heard the Volvo? No, no. M3, that's a nice one. All right. So, any questions? Tell us. No, nothing about cars without telling us. You don't know anything. That's difficult. I can't do that right now. You have. All right. Thank you. Thank you for all the kind comments there. So I do think that I'm happy that we covered this topic, by the way, in regards to detaching ourselves from the PNL and try this. I think this is the one that I should have been talked more about. Like, try to focus more when you're thinking, on the process throughout your trading session. Try to focus more on risk to reward ratios. Like, let there be a predetermined amount of risk on every trade, and then the end of the session or the day, just say it out, like how much R you did today. So today you made like 2R or 3R or negative 2R, negative 1R. It's going to help you a lot. Just a small tip here, just a small information crumb. My input, it's a piece of trash, I think, the i8. It looks good. It looks sexy, but it's trash. That's my opinion. That's just basically a trash car. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone, but BMW did, I don't know what they did when they created that car. Any reason? I mean, again, it looks amazing. but I don't know the engine and the hybrid system, the way that they put it together is just and the price of the car when it was new is just not it's just not something. I'm sorry if I offended anyone. It's M4, M3, M4 definitely. The new M4, obviously, right? I love Audis. Sorry, I take it back. If you like the i8, obviously I would be super happy. I would be like crying in happiness if I could have an i8 in the garage, but that's not my type of BMW. Sorry, we're talking about cars again, but what should we do? You know, we made the profit. We checked out the topics for today. X6 is also the problem. I'm just gonna say it out. The only problem with BMWs today is that they're making refrigerators. Okay, so they were making good cars when they were in their prime. Now they are making refrigerators. Okay, that's the issue. That's the only issue nowadays with BMW. So I just want to say, I know that the Rocket Scooter fam is here. I just want to say thank you so much for the session. I thank you for the positive vibes. Congratulations to the winners. And you know, we had a nice trade here. Listen to Matt and stick around as always, because I think he's gonna have lots of value again. So I just must say I'm super grateful to be here every day, share some information, get the vibes to the highest level, and you know, I love you all. Yes. So and yeah, we're going to talk about cars as well next time. Cars as well now, but I'm happy we covered this segment with these topics, so it was great. And here's Matt. Hey Matt, good to see you.
Oh, Tom, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Where's the intro music? No, we're gonna sing together.
That intro song was so good.
No,
They can play it if they want.
Oh no, that's not necessary. It's up to you. So, all right, how's it going, Matt? How's the day so far?
It's been pretty good. I've made a couple of trades, as you see in the bottom right of my screen. Well, actually, when they show it, I made some money. No red accounts yet. It's been just kind of, I took a couple of long scalps out the door and then kind of called it quits. Then as a joke, I took a short 1 micro short back down to there. When again, I don't really short that much. And the joke was, you know, Matt doesn't really short in a bull market. So I just did 1 micro just to be funny and made another $50 on it.
What are your expectations for this FOMC?
I think it's going to be a weird one, right? I don't think we're going to get a rate cut. I think people are going to be more curious if we're going to get one in September, the big one that's supposed to come out.
Yeah.
And I think that the way the market doesn't have a lot of volatility, I don't think it's going to be a big event. I don't think the market's going to dump, rally, nothing. I think it's going to kind of just fizzle out. It feels like it. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think exactly the same way. I'm not expecting too much. I mean, like, obviously we can take some buy side, sell side here and there, but I'm not really expecting too much of a rally or a dump here. Maybe just a sideways action throughout the rest of the PM session, and that's it. So not too much. Anyway,
do you usually have a strategy when it comes to trading FOMC? Do you have like some tips for us and for the show of what you usually do?
I love to say some strategy. I have one strategy to stay away from it, but otherwise I have no strategy for FOMC. I mean, whenever I tried, I honestly, I can tell you this, guys, everyone, whenever I tried trading FOMC, I burned myself to the ground. So my strategy is staying on the sidelines, but it's obviously always interesting to watch what's happened. So that's it. That's what I do. Yeah,
that's a very wise strategy, because some years and some months FOMC is hundreds of points in the S&P. Sometimes it's 5. It's such a crapshoot. It's impossible, to play. Yeah,
exactly. All right, Chad. I just like to say again, thank you, Chad, and thank you, Matt, for having all this value in your segment. I'm going to be listening and wishing you a best session here. And obviously, everybody stay safe and take it away, Matt. Thank you so much.
Thanks, bud.
See you tomorrow.
What's up, guys? All right, hold on. Let's go. Have some W's in chat for Tom. Thank you, Tom, for being here. Love you. All right, hold on, mate. I can't even see my own screen here. Let's do this. Well, chat, we're here. As you see, my little speckled green, white, green, white, green, right. It's kind of normal during this type of market for me to not be too active. I have made something. I think this is like maybe 5K. I don't know, something around there. Just trying to get about 1,000 in each account. These are like my targets I'm trying to make. And I could have taken a couple more trades. I just haven't. I've had a really busy morning. We're building like a movie theater sort of thing in my house. So I've got construction here today. I've got a ton of business meetings today. It's just been such a crazy, I've been in and out, but I've managed to make some trades while I've been doing it. It's been kind of easy setup. Right out the door, the market filled the gap with positive resilience. You guys tell me, every day I make the same trade. Bull markets, I love longing at the open or longing at the gap fill with positive res. I longed it right back to there, closed out. That was the majority of the money. Market came down the half gap. I think I scalped it a couple more times. I can't remember. I'm kind of brain dead. I might be lying if I did it a second time. I don't remember. I think I did 2 trades. When did I do the second one? Oh, I did a short here, but I think I took a second long off a half gap here and then closed out there again, something like that. So I managed to do like accounts a couple at a time. I never put all my accounts in one basket and trade them all at once. I never copy trade. That's the trick to being green at the end of the day. It's a couple of your accounts take a hit and die, put them at the end of the line and trade the ones that didn't, and rotate through. Rotating is a secret to beating prop firms. I'll tell you guys, the secret to beating prop firms is not trading them all at once. So I know I took this long. I think I took this long or this long, one of the two in there, and then I waited, and then we ran right up to what's called an illiquidity pivot. This is a retrace off of yesterday's move. It's an imbalance point that we can rebalance the move to the upside. And then right here, I think a lot of people in my stream are looking to short, and I think a lot of people were actually shorting there. And because they were shorting there, and I was like, well, I want to say that I haven't pushed the short button at all this month. I've shorted 2 times in the last 3 months, literally just 2 times. And today I said, I'm going to short, but I don't want it to count. I still want to say I've only shorted twice. So to be funny, everyone else was doing it. And I was just saying, okay, you know what? If Chad is shorting, I was like, normally it's not an entry point to trade off of this. It's one of my exit targets, but it is a really good pivot. It doesn't mean that it's not a good pivot to trade. It's just more like a crapshoot, 50-50. So I don't really take it a lot, especially in shorting. So for fun, I shorted 1 micro. And I said if it fell to here and I closed out, that I would order Applebee's for lunch with it. So it actually made $50, and I was just because I didn't want to sit there and do nothing. But pre-Fed, I really kind of want to sit there and do nothing. Sometimes on the stream, I just got to do something to keep the gears going and everything, teach a lesson, talk about it. But in reality, pre-Fed, there's not a lot we can do. You treat the day like a regular day. Don't think Fed has anything to do with pre-market or during the market. Fed is exactly priced in most of the time, especially when you have the polarity being as big as it is. There's most people. Let me go to my little Fed Watch tool here. You can open up the CME Fed Watch, which is a tool if you guys have never used it. You can just Google CME Fed Watch, and it will give you what the probabilities are based on the Fed funds target rate probabilities. There's futures that people trade to bet on the Fed. And so inside of here, you can see that you have 96.9% believe that there's no rate cut, and then you have 3% believe that there should be a rate cut. Now, if I can go back to the dot plots, which I have them somewhere, wish I had them to talk about them. Basically in December, right before Trump took office, dot plot is a distribution of people's belief on what they think the policy should be. The dot plot showed that more and more Fed members, every quarter we get the Fed outlook, the participants outlook. And really that basically is saying what their long-term and medium-term and short-term projections are. And in December, there were 4, excuse me. Sorry. There were Applebee's is gross. Yeah, no, I actually don't like Applebee's at all. That really was why I was going to spin it at Applebee's. And one thing I don't eat at Applebee's because the name sounds weird. But yeah, for whatever reason, Apple and B doesn't sound like food, like appetizing to me. It sounds just odd. But anyways, so dot plot, right? It showed that there were 4 committee members that didn't believe that we needed a rate cut in the December assessment, right? For Trump took office, and then Trump takes office, and then March was the same, and then we had the last one we just had showed that 7 members believe we don't need a rate cut. So there are more members that don't believe we need a rate cut. Why? Because the tariffs are causing additional inflation, and they're waiting to see the data that the tariffs are being passed through or not being passed through to customer prices, right, on the retail side. Or, however the company's absorbing the tariffs. Is it going to affect the PPI, which is production side, or CPI, which is the customer side? Either way, they're waiting to see more data. So fewer and fewer Fed members believe we need a rate cut, but still the majority believe that we do. And Powell himself's commentary was very much on the side of data's looking better than we thought. Yes, there's inflation, and yes, it's bad, and yes, it's the tariffs, but it's actually not as bad as we thought. So it's probably likely we will get some rate cuts this year, or a rate cut this year. Powell's even said that himself. That's probably going to come at the next meeting. And therefore, today's meeting is going to be pretty lackluster. The announcement is there's going to be no rate cut. I'm going to tell you guys as we walk up into it, 3 things happen. And I'll be streaming for FOMC, so you guys can definitely watch it live, and I'll go through this. In the first 5 minutes of Fed, nothing typically happens except for the knee-jerk reaction. In some environments, it's pretty drastic, right? We're at the area where I talk about VIX every day. VIX is in a place where the market's not going to have a big move. Tom is a good trader. He understands this, and so do I understand this. Fed is probably going to do nothing, okay? Volatility is very low. VIX is in volatility decay. VVIX is low. That VIX is below that triple B that we talked about, which is that contango midpoint. And that level means that we're going to be very not sensitive to news. The Fed's not going to say anything the market hasn't already priced in. We've already priced in no rate cut already. And in some environments, you will be sensitive to where if the expected thing happens, the market moves. I've been seeing a lot of things on social media where people are like, if we don't get rate cuts, we're going to dump and we're going to rally, whatever. I don't think we're going to get anything in the first 5 minutes. I think the knee-jerk reaction is going to stay contained to the environment. Now, again, it's just a guess. Fed historically has been random. The market has responded randomly. Rate cuts, the market has gone down sometimes. It's rallied sometimes. Rate hikes, the market's rallied sometimes. It's 100% unpredictable what Wall Street believes. What really they care about is hints for the next rate cut or the next rate announcement. The first one is going to be nothing. So what's going to happen is when the announcement comes out, people are going to be speculating what the next one's going to be. And so in the first 5 minutes, you're going to get your knee jerk. My guess is the knee jerk is going to stay contained. And usually the next 15 minutes or so after the announcement, what happens is the market usually tries to pick a direction. If it is a directional thing, usually a second wave that's more volatile will start to move, whether it's up or whether it's down, the range just gets bigger. And then right when Powell starts talking is when things get a little crazy. The market can go any direction. So it's really the press conference that makes a lot of the movement happen, but there is still enough room for juicy trades inside of it. Now, me as a bull, I'd like to see my A+ setups today. So if during the 15-minute or 30-minute press conference, we're like tanking down to here, I'd love to get those sharp spikes back up. But also with Meta and Microsoft having earnings today, this makes today the most crazy, probably important trading day of the quarter. You have tech earnings today and tomorrow. Amazon and Apple are tomorrow. So let's talk about those while we're waiting, because I think the market's going to quickly shrug off the Fed and start pricing in or pre-pricing in or getting ready for the real earnings. Microsoft is kind of sitting at a key support today. Let's talk about where some of these stocks are. And let me load up what I call monthly maps, which is going to look for the longer term outlook for some of these companies. And we'll see how Wall Street's currently thinking about some of these major tech stocks. And I don't know why it's not showing up. Hold on, let me load up Amazon here. Oh, there we go. Amazon, nice and clean. Now, let me tell you how you read this. This is over the next month. As long as you are above here, markets got liquidity and is bullish. So the way that I read this is that Amazon can dip as low as 225 and still be bullish. It's liquid right here. So Amazon is good. Apple is right at the low. If Apple falls, Apple is entering bear territory. So Apple literally today is at the support of the liquid spot. So Amazon is cool. Apple's on the edge. Microsoft on the edge, but still bullish. Meta in the bear side. So as you see, we don't really have all of the big four major tech sitting currently on the good side. We've got some of them bearish, some of them on the edge, and some of them bullish. It's kind of a mix, right? So today being kind of a mix with that and kind of a mix with Fed. Your guess is as good as mine. And the last thing I say is the market liquid enough to handle any bad news, and the VIX will tell you everything you need to know. So today, as we're reading this, the VIX is below this key level where it's not that sensitive news at all. If we do get some big movement and market goes here, or VIX goes here, then we can start to get choppier on the S&P, meaning big selling, big rallying, whatever. I don't think we'll get anything. I don't think we're going to expand out of this range until earnings. If anything, if I were to take a guess, I think Fed is probably going to give us a little bit of upside. And then who knows what earnings are going to do, maybe kick us down or maybe fall to middle. It's literally just one of these things that's like, you know, if you just avoid today, you'll avoid a lot of the guessing and who really cares, right? Let's let the market figure. I mean, we've had such a stellar rally. I've made so much money on this rally back up, right? I'm in no hurry to give it back gambling on 3 freaking lightning strikes in a row. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you're looking at such a stellar market. I've been bullish, bullish, bullish. I've only shorted 2 times ever. Today's one micro joke doesn't count, but technically 3 times in the last 3 months. I don't really need to like bet against this bull market, and I don't really need to care if I just miss out on one particular day while things are crazy. Now, during the day and Fed day, like intraday, treat it like any other day. Don't trade differently in the morning. Don't trade differently pre-market, post-market. Like, okay, today's Fed day. I'm going to be careful. The market is not listening and caring about Fed right now. It's already priced it in. The market is actually most likely doing positioning and tracking the big stocks and earnings. Like I bet you Nvidia or Apple or Microsoft is sort of chopping up that way. It has nothing to do with the Fed. And there's your Nvidia chopping up that way. And here's your Apple, well, chopping, but maybe chopping down a little bit. Amazon, let's see what Amazon's doing. Chopping a little bit down. See how the stocks are just choppy and the index just sort of following it. Here's Microsoft chopping up like the S&P and NASDAQ are doing. So in reality, right, the index is not doing anything special. These are all the big stocks because of the Fed. It never really does leading up to Fed. It's the moment of the Fed that really matters. Everything's already priced in, right? 2 times ever, Lucas. Don't tell anybody about my I was having FOMO. Everyone was shorting. I felt bad. I had to do it because everyone else was doing it. I succumbed to peer pressure. So technically 2 times ever. And if you tell anybody that I shorted today, we're no longer friends. I'm just kidding. So technically 3 times, but I did make $50. So I guess I got to count it as a 3rd short, but I was having FOMO. Everyone was doing it. I was sitting out, and this is the time everybody was like, I think I'm going to short the red line today. And I was like, all right, I'm bored. I'll do it with you guys, but 1 micro only. So that if I lose $50 or I make $50, that's all I'm going to care about. And again, like, you know, sometimes I'm a really serious trader. I promise. So sometimes I'm a very serious trader. Other times I'm just, you know, goofing off. Just have fun on the stream. You're a bull. You're a bear? Can I share my bull strategy? Okay, yeah, I'll share something about my strategy today. But you guys, as y'all can see, just to finish up what I was saying, the stocks are being what's really driving the market. Market's not sitting here really thinking about Fed. Nobody's doing anything for Fed right now. If they wanted to get in or get out, they got out yesterday. If you were trying to sell pre-Fed, people were taking profit yesterday, not today. Today is just the noise of the market. My bull strategy is pretty simple. I have 3 indicators I look at, and Rocket Scooter platform is really gifted at giving me all 3 things very quickly. Okay, I have this ratio at the top. I call it the greater market principle. The greater market principle is looking at a bunch of things very quickly. Number 1 is if this ratio is greater than half, and what this ratio actually is, it's a bull bear bias ratio that shows the majority of the market cap of the S&P is bullish or bearish. If it's greater than half, then most of the majority of the S&P stocks are in what's called a bull zone, which means they're being hedged to the bull side. Calls on the money, people have to buy it. Okay, so that ratio is 0.7. It's been above 0.5 for the last 3 or so months. So check that's bullish. This is the now sort of time frame. This is everything right now. Everything right now is bullish. If I could cycle through all the stocks, you'll see most of them are in bull zone. Apple is in a bear zone. Okay. So Apple's in bearish. NVIDIA's bullish. And bullish is the dark gray, by the way. Amazon bullish, Microsoft bullish, etc. As you see, most of the stocks are holding the bull zone territory. Therefore, the index itself is likely to stay bullish or stay in its own bull zone. That's what this is telling me. So stocks now are bullish, which is really good. The second thing is I look for the gamma exposure levels on monthly options, which is the institutional hedging on SPY itself. Now I'm watching the index, I'm trading futures, but I'm looking at SPY. We call it monthly hedge pressure. And as long as you're trading above this orange line, then for the month you're bullish. SPY is greater than MHP. Like if the market were going to sell off really hard one day, just like a selling off in a bull market, and it fell and fell and fell and fell, this is the point I would be looking to buy the dip for the longer haul. This line changes once a day. And as long as you're above there, there's just kind of like this gentle wind. I always draw fans or whatever on my screen, but it's like a gentle wind of hedging that is just gamma positive hedging or long hedging against sold options. So this is a monthly scale, also bullish. So in general, the now is bullish and the month is bullish on the S&P. And just like I showed you guys a second ago with stocks, I can do the same thing with the index itself. I can load up this monthly map. It's a really cool little read. The tricks with monthly map is pretty simple. It looks 3 months into the future on anything that you have that has options. And S&P or SPY is sitting here in this dark gray almost always through the end of October. So if you're in a bull zone, the index is pre-positioned to be bullish for 3 months. Now it's 3-month outlook. So everything, all three of these indicators are bullish. And that's a 3-month. So if I can look at how the landscape changes over time, you can see that the bottom of this bull zone right here is sort of chopping around, but ultimately getting slightly lower. If the dark gray is sloping down over time, the bull side is actually getting stronger. If the dark gray is also sloping down over time, then the bear zone is getting weaker, or the shorts are covering as well. So there's actually a stronger support as time goes by at these key levels here. This could be a low for the further rally. So when I look at all of it together, everything is bullish. And all three of these indicators are bullish today. And my rule of thumb is even if one of them are bullish, I'm still bullish. That's how much of a bull I am most of the time. And all three of them have been bullish since April the 10th. So April the 10th was the last day that I think the DD ratio was less than half. And ever since here on the 11th, all three of them have been bullish. And I've been bullish, 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 no short maybe twice. And I'm still bullish even to this day, even at the top. Even here, when people are like, oh, it's going to sell off, I'm long in at the open and long in at the open and long at the open. This is really good at advising me to what is in the market. So my bull strategy is basically, as a general sense, when everything is bullish, all three of these things need to be bearish for me to be a bear. But I can still short in certain environments. I just need conditionals to set me to short. As markets tend to go up more than they come down, I need some really strong conditionals to short. And as a rule of thumb, I don't short unless either one of these numbers are bearish. If this number is less than half, then I'll short against certain pivots. If this number is less than half, or less than 0, I'll short under certain pivots as well. Other than that, I don't really push the short button except to joke around. And that's basically it. So here I'm watching the stocks now and their hedging. I'm watching the index on the month scale and its hedging. And I'm looking at the index landscape over 3 months and how it changes. And I get a really good read on the greater market by that. If one of these things, three things are bullish, I'm bullish. That's how easy it is to be a bull. Anywhere where the market shows any signs of bullish or willing buyers, markets go up. And as a trader, it took me years to really figure that out. And once I figure that out and stop trying to fade a bull market, I'm the idiot longing at the top and still making money. And it keeps going because what people think is the top is the low for the next wave. And so I'm very much pressing what side of the market we're on. And I only short under certain conditions. Doesn't mean you can't take short setups inside of a bull market, but usually I'm waiting for trades to take, right? And that's really what, and I missed this one because I have a construction crew at my house, but I would have longed there had I been here to take it. But yeah. So in my boat, I'm always just chilling out, waiting for dips and buying dips while market's bullish. And it's a very strong, and it's a simple strategy because in reality, the index is tracking the stocks. So if the stocks are bullish and the index's own structure is bullish, that's like twofold confluence because they're independent, right? The stocks trade on their own, the index trades on its own, but the index is also tracking the stocks. So why are futures going to dump if both the ETF and the stocks are bullish, right? So I tell myself that, and markets just dip into bull territory, I still buy the dip and keep going. And if these numbers were confluence, like anti-confluence to my trade, I would take short setups and try to start shorting. So what I'm usually good at doing is buying the dip and longing the market when I need to and avoiding the big sell-off. Even yesterday, I'll tell you guys, yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw my post yesterday by the end of the day. I ended up making some money. Let me see if I can find it really quick on Twitter. Like I always post my results every day of what I do, the same accounts. And yesterday, let me open this up. This was remember yesterday, I was like, I had a brutal day and I was like working some of it back. Even yesterday, I managed to be green for the day, right? This is green for the day. I think overall, I did take some losses, right? But green for the day. Let me make this bigger for you guys, right? There were some big losses in there. Let's not say there weren't, but still green for the day, right? I managed to walk away green. And did you know, yesterday, I didn't push the short button once either. Crazy how even when the market's selling off, all I did was long and I still made money. Because in a bull market, even in sell-off days, you're going to get opportunities. I made a lot of it there, and some of it at the open in there. I'm able to find these pivots even inside of sell-off days in a bull market. I still say the course, even though shorting what I paid out, I had just pressed the button and walked away. My strategy is still pretty good that I can actually play some of these levels pretty well. So I didn't touch a short button at all yesterday and still walked away with the win. My longs weren't playing out as much as they normally do. And I just took some losses in some accounts on the way down, but I still played the long side and still made money. So being a bull in a bull market is still really strong, even in big sell-off days like yesterday. Yesterday could have been a disaster. I definitely was down at the start of the day and I worked my way back by the end of the day. And even when the market's been selling off, I haven't been shorting any of this. I've been longing all of this and longing all this. There's still, you can see there's still willing buyers even on the way down because the greater market indicators are all bullish. There are people still buying something somewhere, and the index will typically keep going up until people are dumping the things they were buying. Long always moves better, as somebody said. Yeah, better. Like long trades are a little bit easier to manage. They're less volatile. Right. It takes a lot of convincing for me to be a bear. It doesn't mean I'm a perma bull. It's just because the stats of the market are pretty much bullish most of the time. You guys nailed it. Y'all are so smart. Did you know that 70% of calendar months are actually green? I don't know if you guys knew that. And did you know that of those 70% of calendar months that are green, did you know that 80% of them don't lose a third of their green candle by the end of the month, meaning that 80% of the months that are green have a wick that's less than 1/3 of the total travel for the month. However, of the 30% of candles on the monthly that are red, 60% of them have a wick that's greater than 1/3 of the total loss. Meaning that bull markets don't really sell off by the end of the month, and bear markets recover a third by the end of each month as well. It's a really neat fact to know. And did you know those greater market indicators that I told you earlier, when all three of them line up? Actually, did you know that on the daily candles, just to start over, on the daily candles, if you count a daily candle market in a bull market, right? Traditionally, when you just measure from like a period of a quarter where market goes up, you will see roughly 50 to 60% of days are green in a bull run, like market's doing this for months. And then when market's actually selling off, and if you go count the daily candles, you would be surprised to find out that it's also about 50-50 green and red. You would, if you don't stop to do this, it's a good exercise to do it. It's completely a mind-blowing moment to sit here and think about it. When market's trading down, you might think a bear market might have 60-70% red candles. It's still one green day for every red day, even on the way down. It's incredibly crazy. Now, on the way up, it's slightly more green than red. You can do it. I've done the exercise on my stream a million times. It's always like a mic drop moment. But did you know when those three indicators I told you about line up and all three of them are bullish, the greater market? On my last back test I did, 69% of candles are green under greater market bullish, meaning that it's even better than just a regular bull market when everything lines up. 7 out of 10 days are green. And if 7 out of 10 months are green and 7 out of 10 days are green, and markets don't have wicks at the top in bull markets, I'm usually buying at the open most of the days. 69, you guys, y'all are so funny. Okay, let me do the trick. I haven't actually done this, so we're gonna quiz me live because I haven't actually. Let's see how well this is, because I actually haven't done the candle count game in this particular bull run to the upside. Shall we see if it's still roughly 69% of days, starting from the, I guess, I don't know where in here it went all bullish. Let's just assume that it went bullish right here. I think it was all 3 bullish here, but let's just start at the bottom and let's count this red candle just to be fair. Let's count from here to there. All right, and we'll see if we have 7 out of 10 days are green. Let's just see if that back test of what we had the previous bull run is very accurate. So let's count the reds. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, should we do SPX or actually, yeah, let's do SPX. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 26. And we're not counting gap ups or gap downs. We're just talking intraday runs, whether it's green or red from the open. Okay, on the way up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do some math really quick. So that's what, 44 out of 70. 4 sevenths is 4, 2, 8, 5, 7.1 math. 4 sevenths is 5, 7, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4. So repeating. Okay. So 44 divided by 70 is about 57%. Then that's 40 divided by 70. So 44 divided by 70 is 62%. So roughly 62%. So that's actually not bad. Not bad at all. It's pretty close to the 69 back test we had last bull run. So as you see in greater market, you have greater than 60% of your candles and days are green. Pretty nice, right? 69 was the last bull market back test, and this one's running close to 62. 62.8. Thank you, right? So as you see, statistics are what my trading style. Somebody asked my trading strategy. I'm always on the statistical game here. Are you guys impressed that I can divide numbers in my head really quick? I was definitely like king math club in school. Don't even know how nerdy I am. All right. What are you guys talking about? What's Magnus doing? What did he say? Wait, what did I miss? That's you with the codes right now. Wait, what do you do? You got codes coming out? I don't think so. I don't think they're out yet. You about to drop? Well, you got to play the Rocket Scooter song before you drop, because I didn't hear it today, Magnus. I want to hear it this time. Everyone loves the song, but play the song first. We didn't hear it today. The beat is really nice. Thank you. I very much appreciate you, bud. Okay. We love the P&L song. I'll play the P&L song for you guys today. Y'all want me to whip it out? The P&L song. Show me your P&L. Whip it out. Yeah, some pretty good songs on our show. But anyways, so greater market is a probabilistic thing. If, as you see on this particular count, we're mid-run and 62% of the days are green, that means from open to close. We're not talking about did we gap up or down. I was just counting straight open to close. Your trading day is green. It closed higher than it opened. And so when greater market is all bullish, you can see that you're tilted above 60% of bull days. So as you see, statistically, I attack bull markets, even sell-offs in bull markets. I attack. Why would I ever want to join the side of the market? Now, again, don't let this be like Matt's indoctrinating you into the cult of the perma bull. Don't think of it like this. This is me telling you that all I do is stay on the statistical side. As a gambler, as a trader, as a whatever, Success is built off of stacking odds on top of odds. You take everything you have that has good odds that line up and overlap, and you take the more probable choice. It makes no sense for me to guess as markets are going up, well, I think this is when people are going to finally start selling. Why would I do that? Why would I bet that the party's going to end? I don't know how many billions of dollars this firm is sitting on ready to invest. No, I can't ever guess that. What I can guess is I know when they're done buying, when I can see when they start selling. So I tell people, I'm very good at joining the side that is and staying the course of what is, and I attack and attack and attack, and I very rarely am long, short, long, short. I have longed every day for the last 3 months minus 2 days. Today doesn't count. But it's not because I'm stupid or because I'm bad at trading. I feel like a long time ago, I used to be the kind of guy that was like making fun of people that, oh, you're only making money because you're permable. And like, that sounds dumb because that's the right decision to make. And I used to be on the other side of like, no, I think the market's coming down. I'd bet against it and be mad at people who were just stupidly long their money at the top and be like, God, you're just such an idiot throwing your money at the top. And I realized I got smarter at trading. That is the smart approach to trading, being the idiot and throwing your money at the top. I will only be 1 day late to a bear party. That's it. The market will sell off and crash through all of my levels, all my liquidity pockets, all my MHP, everything, and the market will die. And I'll lose 20K that day. I'll make 200K on the way up. Whatever the case may be, that's when the bear party starts. And I'm very good at knowing this is the bear party. And when the bear party starts, I'm pretty much only 1 day late to a bear party, which is fine. I don't want to be 30 days early to the bear party, right? Nothing wrong with being late, taking your lick and seeing the markets turn around. And let me show you history in the past. Just something cool. I always like to show off a little bit. And I tweet everything so that way there's evidence. Hey. Go, guys, go, go, go. Go, 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 go. I love it, guys. Let me show you guys what I do when it is bearish. Trust me when I say when we have a bear market, I'll be the first to yell about it. I will yell it from the tops of mountains. I will yell it and shout with all my lungs. I will be as bearish as bear gets. I'll be such an aggressive bear. You'll know that he has a perma bear at that moment in time. You guys got it. You guys get something. FOMC Prep 50. That song is sick. I know. Like, I really love that song. It's so crazy. All right. Let me show you guys something pretty cool. And it doesn't just mean and I'm just going to show one of it. I have a lot of these, and I always kind of I map out my tweets whenever I make these calls. And let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see it. Let me make this full screen. Hold up. This is from my Twitter. And remember COVID, you guys? We all remember COVID, market crash, and then we started rallying up. Remember, we had a big bull market. And, you know, back in 2021 or 2020, I'm like saying, at S&P 3,800, I say, in the next 3 to 4 years, we're going to S&P 6,000. And this is in 2021. And we are currently at S&P 6,000. So that was good. Again, same analysis, greater market, all this stuff, right? It's bullish. And everybody's like, well, COVID's going to sell us off and market's going to die, this and that. I'm like, the evidence is still bullish, right? It is what it is. And whenever Biden came into office, right, we thought people were like, oh, we're going to get a second sell-off because of COVID round 2. And we didn't, right? The vaccine came out, whatever. So we didn't get a second market crash. And I was like, no, people think it's going to crash, but now we're going to double in 3 to 4 years. Now we did interrupt with a recession along the way, but as you see, none of my tweets between here and here over the course of 2 years were like, this is a bear market. This is a bear market. This is a bear market. Nope. And finally here at the very first day of the very big bear market we had for a year, this is the time I actually tweeted. This is the first time in as long as I can remember that I'm seeing a possible short-term correction. Years later, I'm finally like, all right, guys, I'm at the bear party. Big nasty red candle. That's the one that did it for me. It broke all my levels. We lost monthly maps. We lost everything. And now I'm ready to bear side. Volatility is going to take over this month and likely this quarter. Sideline's a good idea starting now. I nailed the top. This didn't trick me. That didn't trick me. That one day. And the day after that, I'm ready to be a bear. All right. So trust me when I say I'm not dumb. I'm not stupidly chasing the market. I will be one day late to the bear party. And then just on the other side, you can read the rest of these tweets. I called the bottom here on that day. I was one day late to the bull party. And I said, this is the genuine bottom for 2022. And I nailed it there. So remember, what you do as a trader might feel like it's risky and dumb, but don't try to be first person to the reversal. You will know when it's time to reverse. You will know. You will have a good idea. At least people that have been doing this for a while have a good idea. And still every single day, I have no fear of this market because I'm just watching what Wall Street's doing. And all it's really what you're doing. Nobody can predict the stock market. And let me tell you straight up. You might think, oh, well, it's a crystal ball. He nailed the top and nailed the bottom. And there's the tweet evidence of it. Well, yes, but it's not what you think. It's not as cool as you think. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's not as cool as you think. It's not like the market's rallying. And I go, this is the top. I didn't say it here. I didn't say that's the top. It's going to sell off. No, the market sold off. And then when the dust cleared, I came out the next day. I'm like, yep, that's it. That's the one. And that's how you can do it. That's the best you can do because you cannot predict the stock market. It's completely random. So the day after, the absolute trick that I do is a very simple process. It's very simple. I go to this tool called Monthly Map in Rocket Scooter, and anytime the index sells off hard enough in that it falls into a bear zone, and then the next day it opens in a bear zone, then we're bearish. That's it. That's all I do. That's all I've done for all of those pinpoint pulls. The market sells off hard enough to leave bull territory and ends up right there. The next day when the dust settles, that's when I make the call. Yep, that was it. That's the day that did it. It's kind of bearish now. And that's all I do. That's literally all I do. That's the trick. And it's never people are like, dude, and I again, people have called me Matt Stradamus jokingly, like I'm some kind of weird prophet because I tend to get it right. I don't ever short that day. I usually get my ass handed to me that day by still trying to long up until the last minute. It's not like the market's up and up and up, and then I just like wave my Harry Potter wand and I'm like, this is it, we're selling off. Nobody can predict that. It's usually I'm longing, I'm like long and win, long and win, long and win, long and get crushed. And then the next day it's like, oh, that was enough to tip the market the other way. And so what I'm actually good at doing is reading that break point. This is the point that did it. And that's really the trick. You're never going to be able to guess the top. And I've learned this through years of trying to guess the top, trust me. Impossible to do. You never know when Wall Street's going to run out of money or going to freak out about something. You can't. But when the market sells, you'll know it's hard enough. Here's an example today. If the market were to fall off of Fed, I wouldn't say it's a bear market. As a matter of fact, I'd still be longing off of monthly hedge pressure. I still bet to the bull side. And if I take a long and it crushes me and falls and goes to liquidity pocket, and I long again and it crushes again, I'd probably be more apt to say, yeah, this is probably the starting day of the bear market after 2 consecutive losses of really strong pivots. Then I can say this is probably it. And then I go to the monthly map, and if we crush through that zone, and then I wake up the next day and we're there, then that's it. Nobody has ever called me Matt Stradamus. My mom calls me that all the time. Somebody did on Twitter one, and they posted a wizard thing and actually said that. I promise. Are you the only one that starts watching the screen and chat when Matt takes big pauses and slows down? Because you know I'm getting serious. Is that what it is? So I start shorting on the way down in a bear market. So in a bear market, here's the trick. I got some handouts for you guys. Y'all can see when I do my shorts. I'm actually really good at shorting. I just don't do it that often. Shorting is actually, once you get really good at waiting for a shorting, setups. Shorting's easier than longing. And I know that's hard to think how much I don't talk about doing it, but it's rarer that it happens. These short pivots are very much all I ever short off. I short off of monthly hedge gamma exposure levels. Only when those, remember, these shorting requires absolute confluence. Remember, I said that right there. And so I only short whenever I have the stocks bearish against those levels, or the S&P is above that level with this number less than 0. That's it. I don't short otherwise. I need confluence that the stocks are selling off to really be bearish on the index. And I will, like, usually what happens in days against these pivots, what actually I end up doing is the market is, I don't chase a short. Usually those are very volatile moments. The market will kind of like move and move and move and move, and then it will like pop and then move up. And it'll usually bounce against one of those pivots. And then I'll take the short on the way down. So I usually wait for pops and then short them off of those levels when I've got the confluence up there. And usually in bear markets, I'm sitting out most of the time in markets, chopping and selling and chopping and selling. I'm just waiting. And then you get that big news event where the market just rallies like that very quickly. And then I'll just short it back down. I never chase shorts. If markets look like it's falling, I never chase shorts. I sit out. In bull markets, I'm buying the dips. In bear markets, I'm shorting the pops. Very simple as that. Yeah. Matt, giving all the bonus content today. That's my trading strategy. It's not really that complex. It's more like the complex part is waiting for the setup and knowing when setups apply. Today was a great example of I longed, and I think this was again a long setup I could have taken had I been on my computer, but I wasn't. Matt, someone said that I've bribed the market makers. I also do that. You know, the market makers, they definitely, you know, one time they kidnapped me and threw me in the back of a truck. And while I was there, I overheard them talking about the secret algo of the market. And now I came back and bestowed this power upon all of you. Come on, you guys know the story. I'm not making this up. Certainly 100% accurate. I would never lie. And I'm friends with Nancy Pelosi. I overheard them talking about the secret market algo. I went home and I wrote it down on a napkin that was in my pocket. MyFundedFutures is paying Matt to teach you how to destroy them. Y'all are so funny. MyFundedFutures is such a great firm, man. I'm so happy to be part of the team. They've been so generous to you guys. I like when they're generous to the community. They're really nice to y'all, as a matter of fact. They hired you to kidnap me. Oh, that's okay, Scalp. I really forgive you. I knew that was you. I could smell your cologne. I knew that was you that did it. It came to me in a dream. But in reality, and I'll tell you, is that trying to pick tops has been such a brutal, rude awakening for me. It's much easier to just take a short off of a pivot. And while I did jokingly short one micro here, that's because, you know, markets sold off pretty hard. It retraced to the imbalance point, and then I just took a 1 micro short. It's not a serious trade. It was $50 up or down. Nothing worth doing, but something, you know, there's no reason that this is not a strong short pivot, even though it did work. This imbalance is more of a coin flip. It's not really a strong pivot either way, and I don't really short off of weak pivots, and that's really more of my strategy. Yeah, but that's really it. Like I say, I'll never be more than a day late to a bear party. I'm usually pretty good at spotting this was the top. And you guys can go through all my tweets. There hasn't been a single one that's like, this is the top, this is the top, this is the top. I'm still as bullish as ever, even today. Nothing's looking really bad. 75% of the market cap is still bullish in stocks. Now we're going through earnings season, and we might get a little bit of earnings chop. But the thing is that the market's not even uncomfortable here. VIX has been leading into earnings and leading into FOMC. VIX is still decaying as always. VIX futures are pulling back. So you don't see a lot of people pre-positioning for a lot of volatility or selling. The market's extremely liquid here. There are so many bears waiting to get out of their shorts, and there's so many bulls waiting to buy a dip that the liquidity is there. There's so many buyers on the sidelines. That's what VIX tells you. Market is extremely liquid for here. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be buying dips all day. Okay, where are my dips? Well, on QQQ, I've got A+ setups all the way down to here and down here. I'd love to see the Fed flush the market. I'm going to be flat into it. The market rallies, so what? I miss out. If the market dips and everybody's like, oh, finally we're bearish, finally we're bearish. Well, I've got some good long setups to take. And if I lose this, then yeah, I'll be on the sidelines and then let it crash underneath me. But at least I'll be wrong from the right spot, which is all that matters, right, in trading. We got Fed in about 45 minutes too. So I'll be streaming this if you guys want to hang out. I'm very good at covering the Fed. I cover every moment, including the press conference. We even play a game called Predict What Jay Powell's going to say. We're really good at that. It's a fun game we do. I write things on my screen and we check them off as he says them. It's kind of fun. When will the Rockstar lines be automated in futures? It should be released by Monday. Yeah. What's my usual stop loss? 1 strike distance equivalent QQQ S&P, which is 40 points in NASDAQ and 10 points S&P in non-volatile market. Yep. Does MFFU have rules trading FOMC? There are no news rules with MyFunded. Oh yeah. So I can't today, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I've got construction crew at my house today. So I'll be live on my stream, but I'll be like in and out a little bit, but I'll try to be here exactly at Fed. I have a construction crew. We're building like a movie theater in the house, you know, TV wall and sconces and lights and shelving and all that stuff. So you can hear all that commotion behind me. That's what they're doing. And every once in a while, I'm having to go down and check or inspect something. You can bet on what Jay Powell's going to say on Polymarket. You can actually make bets. Oh, that's incredible. That's really funny. VIX is looking bullish, as Gabriel is saying. Yeah, so let's look at liquidity map to see if like the natural hedging pressure on VIX. Let's check it out really quick. VIX is actually bullish liquidity. So if VIX break, and again, thank you, Gabriel, for saying this. VIX is at a key level where it can move. Just be careful. Any break of hedge pressure on VIX can start to create a big move to the upside. So today we use UVXY as our liquidity map for VIX product. You can use any VIX product, but this is a really good one. We can actually make a map here. As you see, if you break through it, the market can get pretty nasty and violent very quickly. So after the press conference, be careful if VIX ends up, it's just right on the edge. Volatility can create an event that moves the market. Ideally, down inside of here, it's good and okay for decay, which is fine. We're safe here, unsafe here. So VIX is on the edge of a possible VIX event, which can cause the market to spontaneously erupt into volatility. Yep. Good call. So doesn't mean, it just means that be careful that the market is actually on the edge of freaking out. It's nice and tight and non-volatile now. So when that stuff comes out, it could create some moves. Yeah. As Abby just reminded you guys, there's no news trading restrictions on any of the evals on MFFU. You can trade in the news. Yes, you can. And no restriction, which is like one of the reasons they're good, right? They give you more freedoms at MyFunded. Here, let me just bring it up for you guys. So for like, let's just pull up one. I got the scale plan up. On the scale plan, funded account parameters, it says news trading says yes. That's what it says. Yes. So I'm T1 news trading. I don't know what T1 means, but it says on the pro plan, news trading not allowed. On pro, on core, what is T1 news? Like tier 1 news, I guess like there's a certain list of whatever tier 1 is, I presume, like Fed and CPIs and stuff probably. So You can in core, you can in scale, you can't in pro on funded. You can against all the evals. So the only place you can't seems to be pro funded, which makes sense. That's like these quasi uncapped-ish payout. So that you can't YOLO 100K payout on a news event, which does make sense, right? Like, hold my beer, I'm going in. 15 contracts short, let's go. Yeah, pal speaking, I would say that that's probably considered. And I would check with MyFunded what the list is on what news events count. Oh, look, Abby coming in here like a pro. Tier 1 includes FOMC meetings, minutes, employment reports, CPI, EIA, agriculture reports, like reports. Okay, cool. Like calendar stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, the only thing that you can't news trade on is pro and funded. So all the evals you can, in scale and core, you can. The ones that have capped payout tiers, you can, which is fine. Cool. There you go. Good answer. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Wasn't VVIX higher yesterday? It was. And VVIX is showing VIX sensitivity, which is the likelihood VIX is going to break that level, right? And it's been coming down a little bit as well. Yeah, so no trades for me right now. I'm green in all my accounts, just chilling. I'm in no hurry to make a big decision here. Ideally, I'd like to see the FOMC drop this market to key pivots that I can long on. If the VIX starts to run away, though, I'm gonna basically trade really small. In a VIX event, I usually trade smaller if the market's moving faster. Do I trade every day? As McMoney said, yeah, I trade every single day. I actually trade on YouTube every single day. So morning tonight, I'm usually streaming the whole equity session. Yes, sir. Is my other stream behind a rocket scooter membership? No, most of what I do is free, actually. So, or free or super cheap. Yeah, we're kind of like one of the educational communities that doesn't like put everything behind a paywall. Stream is free, YouTube. I still have a boot camp that has a bunch of courses, and it's $1 a course. It's super inexpensive. And we only put a charge on that if to pay for the videographer and the content maker. We pay them salaries, and so I don't really make anything off of it. And if you're a member, Rocket Scooter Bootcamp's free. So a lot of our stuff is very free or inexpensive. We don't put things behind a paywall. Yeah. How do I target bullish levels at a new high? Like, you mean targets to get out at? I have a couple of key pivots at new highs. One of the things is that we have this, we call it a DD band, but what this is it's based on risk intervals. It's a margin requirement thing. I can calculate upper pivots. This is a whole nother technique. I don't have a lot of time to explain it. I'll explain it on my stream later. But basically, the majority of days do stay inside of these green bands. Oh, there's the goofy magnet from yesterday. Inside of these green bands, market tends to stay there. Very high probability amount. It has to do with the structure and margin requirements and risk on the future side. It's a CME thing. And so at new highs, you'll always have these bands. I also have a couple of techniques. One is exploiting something called margin buffer limit. You'll see a yellow line on my screen every once in a while. Those are all-time high breakout targets, things like that. You don't have technical targets to like trade against an all-time highs. You have to extrapolate. So I inch forward, hitting these green bands every day usually is my upper target for that day. Yeah. Can you trade through FOMC on a scale eval? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's curious that QQQ found resistance in yesterday's half gap, right? Yeah, the half gap is a really strong pivoting agent. You can see today half gap, which is this. Actually, I need to change this to support. Yeah, half gap was today's pivot, right? It's a very new concept that a lot of people didn't know is a big deal. The halfway spot between open and close on the index, very strong pivot, right? Whether it's one way or the other, and this resilience is the tiebreaker of which way I think it's going to go. Do I find confirmation of my liquidity levels? I do. I have confirmation all up here at the top. It's also reiterating what's going on here. This is the tiebreakers at the yellow, white, and blue lines. So on each individual liquidity map, you'll see yellow, white, and blue, or yellow and blue right here. White, blue, and yellow has tiebreakers down here. It tells me which way it's going to go when I get there, or what the stocks are doing. It's not going to predict the market, but right now, This yellow line is telling me this is support if we get there. This blue line is telling me this is going to likely break if we fall through that. The white line tells me this is likely to support if we get there. So I know if the market were to fall off of Fed, it's going to have some support there. If the market were to fall even further, it's almost likely to fall down into there and break and bounce. So now I look at those three indicators together from ahead of time, and I already have a trade plan, like pseudo trade plan. I can long from there, maybe long from there because this is a strong pivot, but I also have to know that I'm going to long small because there's a chance this might break. Long small, sit out there, buy the dip there. And these lines tell me that. And then one market influence indicator I have is if the stocks themselves are in bull zones, then the index is likely going to stay bullish as well. Today, the index opened in the middle, so it's likely going to close in the middle. So I am forecasting some possible downside to end up down in here. But if the stocks are in a bull zone, then bull zone is usually acting as support a lot of the time. And today it's been support, maybe support now. So I use this confluence to tell me which zone is favorable. If this turns bearish, then this is going to look for a bear zone. If this is bullish, then it's going to look for a bull zone. And the problem with today is that you have a bull zone here and a bull zone there. It's actually balanced in both places. So today's trading is actually going to be pretty dang easy. I'm going to long on this dip, stop out, take a loss, and then long right here, and then bet that we stay about there. So I already got trade plans through the wazoo today. Am I going to chase along at the top? Not really, but yeah. So my confluence is really strong at helping me get ahead and paint a picture of what I want to see happen over the next couple hours, right? But anyways, speaking of next couple of hours, I got to get out of here, but I do have a YouTube channel. I will be live for the rest of the day. If you guys want to chill FOMC, I will still be doing FOMC coverage. I'll be back in time for the event. Here's the link. I will be in and out because I got construction at the house. I'd be here with you guys, but I don't think they want me to sit here and be leaving in and out on the show. But on my stream, I'll kind of be in and out. But for FOMC, I'll be here, you guys. So come on over and we'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, no trades today on the stream. So far, I'm green and I'm happy with that. So you got to risk it if I don't need to. But thanks for tuning in. Love you guys. Thank you, Burke. Thank you, Magus, Abby, Denny, all you guys. Thank you guys in the back. Thank you, Tom, for your awesome show before I come in. Thank you all, the morning hosts, MyFunded TV and MyFundedFutures, all awesome graciousness and accounts to give away. Everybody on the stream. And thanks for tuning in always for Lunch Money with Matt. I'm Matt. Love you guys as always. Thanks for coming and listening to me ramble about all my inner math workings and whatever. But we'll see you later tonight on my stream. I'll be live right after this. So thanks for tuning in, and we will see y'all later. I'll just dance until the end of the show. Enter the outro song now. I'll just chill till they kick me out. UX Matt summon Magnus. That's cool. We'll just chill till he pushes the button. Max eating cookies. That's okay. Max is like running back from the bathroom, like zipping up. He's taking a leak or something. It's like, oh, I got it in the show. Just kidding. P&L song. Thank you, Abby, for posting that. They don't want me to go. I know they don't.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.